Hello, ladies and gentlemen. This is Jerome Gaiman. I'm your host, and today is no different from any other day, except that today we got a lot of breaking news. The major one is actually what's happening in our justice system. We talk about the flip flop of Judge, Associate Justice George to be Supreme Court Chief Justice Busy. What a country! What a country! How do we get out of this? When we patriotic Liberians take stands and stick by what they say and say what they stick by. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a full house, lot of news. Our platform is full, and we're going to have a full house later on to discuss these issues. Trending issues. Obviously, President Joseph Walker had nominated Associate Justice Yami Kwekwe Bese as Chief Justice of Liberia. Disadvantaged youths plead for government and public support. They want to get out of the dilemma of drugs. President Walker leads senior officials of government in signing the book of condolence for the late President William R. Talbot Jr. A clash of control for 2029. Bridge dedication ends in dispute between Marvin Cole and Superintendent Norris in Bung. And as usual, are we ready for reconciliation? Are we ready to discuss the hard topics? Are we willing and ready to talk the tough talk? Are we ready to discuss issues affecting Liberia and Liberians honestly and transparently? And what this thing we are hearing about Mr. Kamara escaping the Republic of Liberia under the clouds of darkness. People are seeing him walking. Few people saw him walking around in Ghana. How is this possible? When the president of the Republic of Liberia have you on an investigation for corruption. You are not supposed to leave the country. So what is Mr. Kamara doing in Ghana? Some say they saw him with his wife and children. Has he absconded the country? Is he in Liberia? This is Mr. Kamara, I guess, and his wife. What is going on in Liberia? Is this how the justice system works? Is there justice in Liberia? We say justice is blind. And no one is above the law. The law is the law. That's what we hear people say. Then let's look at the arrest of the members of the opposition, particularly the CDC. We saw Mary Brown. We saw Mrs. Sawyer. We saw Honorable Sakemia and slew of other folks that came from the previous government being arrested for rice. I counted about 24 people that were named, either arrested, people of interest, and more. If you have over 24, 25, 30 folks, rice, and you are making a big spectacle, sending armed men to surround the homes of these suspects. In the meantime, the GAC flagged the LRA for almost $7 million that was diverted. You will leave $7 million and chase rice. Some will say that's a distraction. Distraction, smoke screen. You're doing something funny on this side, but then on this side is a real thing going on here. And today we are going to be profiling the different high schools in the country that have made history, the historical high school, or all the high schools, our institution of higher learning. And today I'm going to begin with my alma mater, the great Bassa High School. One of the greatest high schools in the country, historically, when it comes to being a legend in the institution. When we're talking about building of institution or institutions, very few stands out. Very few can match the great Bassa High School. Therese Lukis, the Tower of Light. If your lighting is not good, learn some Latin. The Tower of Light, Therese Lukis. We're going to display this beautiful emblem, this majestic institution called the Bassa High School, the only high school in the nation that is named after the people. We will discuss this great institution, the Tower of Light. Institution came into being 1905. Yes, you are hearing me right, 1905. The institution known today as Bassa High School began its journey in 1905 as the Heiser Academy, a mission school established by the Methodist Episcopal Church overseas in partnership with the Liberian counterparts. Located in Lower Buchanan, Grand Bassa County, the school was among the few structured educational facilities in the nation at the time, in the entire nation, actually, delivering academic and moral instruction grounded in Christian values. It serves as a vital center for literacy, leadership development, community upliftment during Liberia's early post-independence period as an independent nation. The government partnership and transformation from 1926 to 1944, a pivotal agreement was reached between the Methodist Church and the government of Liberia. Under the arrangement, the government assumed administrative control of the institution while the church continued to provide financial support. Over the following years, responsibility for funding gradually transitioned to the government of Liberia, reflecting a growing national commitment to public education. By the close of 1943 academic year, a formal request was made to rename Heiser Academy, which was an all-boys leadership academy, to be named after the people the Bassa people, and it was called the Bassa High School, thereby establishing it as the first and only public high school in Grand Bassa County. The change aimed to affirm the school's public identity and its local significance, becoming Bassa High School in 1944 to 1960. In February 1944, the Department of Public Instruction, now the Ministry of Education, approved the name change to Bassa High School. That same year, Mr. Henry Kehleboe became the school's first graduate under its new identity as a class of one. A crew boy by the name of Henry Kehleboe became the first graduate of Bassa High School. Wow. A class of one. Mr. Weah set a precedent for the generations of students to follow. The original school building, a modest wood structure, served the institution for several years until it collapsed during a graduation program, injuring several guests. The incident necessitated a series of relocations. The school first moved to the John Donner's building, and in 1957 relocated to the G. Flamin Sherman residence, where it operated until a more permanent facility was constructed. A permanent campus and structural expansion 1959 to 1966 under the leadership of the Honorable Joshua L. Hammer, then superintendent of Grand Bassa County. A new campus was constructed. In mid-1959, Bassa High School moved into its current facility, a three-story building designed to accommodate a growing student population and evolving educational needs. BHS, as it is affectionately called, graduating class of November 1959, comprised Andrew Brooklyn, Gustav Bernard, Patrick Jatte, Ethel Ledlow, Dixon Red, Lola Greenfield, and Caroline Harris were the first to avail of the newly constructed facility. Initially, the third floor served as a terrace. Do you know what a terrace is? Now, when we're talking about civilized people, the Bassa people are telling you how civilized they are. A terrace is an open air restaurant style where you can sit on top of the campus and view the beautiful landscape of Grand Bassa County. Well, the terrace was later on transformed into a full-fledged modern auditorium on the third floor. And now Grand Bassa County has a Bassa High School that has a majestic building. On the third floor is the auditorium where you can have a full view of the city. Tomorrow we are going to be looking at Tutma High School. It's a baby compared to Bassa High School because it came into being 1968. This is the majestic building of the Grand Bassa High School. To reach Lukis, you see it's in the Tower of Light. To reach Tower, Lukis Light. We beam out of this school the Arthur Graham Law School in Liberia, at the University of Liberia. At one point, it was basically called the Bassa Law School. All the young folks, men and women from Bassa High School, they were trained into leadership and civic service, so they all went to law school. The likes of Charles Walker Bromskin, to name one, and several others came out of this institution. Bassa High School, 1905. Hazard Academy all boys education. And I want to say thank you, kudos to Mr. Kevin Johnson, who dug up this history for me. A lot of research went into this. A lot of history went into this. And I am a prior alumnus of this school, proud to have been a member of this school. Great institution, great instruction, great tradition. The great old Bassa High School, Hazard Academy, 1905. The name of the Bassa people were etched in history. High school named after them, March 9th, 1926. The only school, only institution named after the people in the country. You will have Sino High School, you will find Kepamas High School, but there is no school that is named after the people as this majestic high school called the Bassa High School, Tower of Light, to reach Lucis in Latin. So if you didn't know much about Bassa High School, I have just given you a history of Bassa High School. We're going to discuss this in detail a little as we go. Tomorrow we're going to be talking about Tutma High School, and we're going to go to CWA. We're going to go to Kepamas High School. We're going to go to C.H. Dewey in Bomi. We're going to go to Congo Public School in Minor River, Cape Mount. We are going to go to Grand Gina. We are going to go to Buffet High School. So we're going to go around all the schools and see where the alumni are. And if you want me to profile your school, you can list the name of your school here. Send me a photo of your high school and the history of your school and why you are so proud to be a graduate or an alumnus of that school. If you are an alumni of the school, it doesn't mean you graduated from there, but you benefited from the school through its educational institution. Welcome, Dr. Peabody. How you doing there, sir?
Good to see you, Mr. Gilman. Good to see you. Good to see you. Good to see everybody. Welcome. Good to see everybody, Mr. Gilman. Hope you had a great weekend.
We have our plate full today, but we began, like I said last week, we are going to spend a few minutes of our time profiling a high school in every county or every city. So history begins at home.
One thing too, Mr. Gilman. One thing too is, as we profile these schools, they are having right now everywhere schools are having reunion.
Okay.
And if you want the closing argument to showcase your reunion, we can showcase it like.
We are going to do that. I know I have an invoice. I want to do it for Bassa High School officially so the guys can come and talk to you.
Exactly.
Send me the information. We will do this. But as public service, we want to make sure that the world knows that we have a nation that have had some great institution of learning. So guys, if you are having your event, it would be great for, I think CWA is having something. Come on here, pay a few dollars, profile your school.
And we'll take it
beyond the convention, beyond the stuff. We will still do the historical piece. Like when I visited Kepamas years ago in the 70s, I went to Kepamas High School and I saw an established institution by the ACS. And people from the ACS, we talk about great history. We have to know about these things. The Booker T. Washington, the establishment of Booker T. Washington, I think in 1936 or so. These are history. So guys, if you're from these schools, a few dollars to profile your school. Show your school spirit here. We will be able to do that. So beyond that, Dr. Peabody, where did you go to high school?
At college on Camp Johnson Road.
Okay, so you went to you are not a monkey. Okay,
one
of the Mr. Young children.
Louis York, yes, sir. Louis York.
I know you took some out hoping, but it's all right.
Yeah.
Awesome,
Yeah.
awesome. Mr. Peabody, Dr. Peabody, we have our plate full today.
Yep.
There's a lot going on in Monrovia.
Yep. But you know one thing, Mr. Given, before we go forward,
Uh-huh.
I just wanted to showcase the Liberian Association in Europe.
Okay.
They have reached out to me exactly, and we'll bring that on probably one day next week. This week they're having the Independence Day, the 20th anniversary in Belgium, and they reached out, so we try to give them another ad. It'll be a wonderful program. They always invite the closing acumen. I've been there like 2-3 times. Different parts of Europe where they celebrate their independence. I mean, the Liberian independence. I mean, you get to celebrate it from a different perspective. Where you have Liberians from different parts of Europe that show up at these events. I mean, Germany, Holland, Poland, Norway, Denmark, they all come together from a different perspective. I was there last year in Germany. Hopefully, I will go there this year in Belgium. They have it in Antwerp, Belgium. You know, so they will be coming on too. That's why we're talking.
Great. And I see it here is EFLA's 20th anniversary.
Yeah.
Commemorating Liberia 170 Independence Day celebration. It's a 3-day celebration.
Yeah.
The guest speaker, culture, communicate, you name it. We're going to have guest speaker of different kinds, different times. On the 3 days, we're going to have different speakers. Honorable Neto Zaza Lihi Sr. Will be the Commissioner General, Liberia Maritime Authority. He would be the keynote speaker there. On Friday, the annual General Assembly, it starts at 7 p.m. to 10. Sitting fee is only €10. The meet and greet is 10 to 2 a.m. That would be Saturday, July 26th. No, Friday. Friday, that's also the meet and greet on Friday. And Saturday is the main deal. The official is our indoor program. The black tie dinner. Dr. Peabody, you gotta be dressable.
Oh yeah, I always dress my coat and tie, my bow.
Yeah, man. Black tie event. Yes. Yeah. Dinner and ball. Dress code, black tie, strictly enforced. Tickets, €50. Regular €50. That includes your food and your drink, and 4-course dinner. VIP table, €350, a table of 4, with 4 food and drinks and service. That's VIP. And then on Sunday, July 27th, the park is a park party and cookout from 2 to 9 p.m. So, boy, it's going to be heavy out there. From 2 p.m. to 9, that's 7 hours of nonstop of cooking and eating, having a great time. Right. It's great, man. This is awesome.
Fun. I've been there like 4 times. I'm going back there this year. They always invite the closing acumen.
Okay.
And it's last year we had Senator Amara Connor with a guest speaker in Wurzburg, Germany. He was a guest speaker. And then previously we went to Sweden, we went to Holland, and they're going to Belgium. So I'm actually one of those on the committee there. I represent them in the U.S., the Association Liberia Federation. Europe Liberia Federation there. I represent them here in U.S. So we have a whole team from here. A lot of people going. They're going to come on that trip as well from here. So it's going to be a lot of fun meeting people and celebrating that from a different perspective. But I will hold my peace until the guys come on next time so we can talk about it.
I like the teaser. This is great. You know, what we say now, the world is a global village.
Yeah.
We are interacting with them. They invite you guys. Right. And when we are having something, we invite them and they fly over and you know, we interact, and that's what this is all about. This is beautiful. This is beautiful. And the guys in Europe, we look forward to talking to you when you get here. We know it's going to be fun. I was
Yeah.
just in the UK maybe last month or so. Great folks.
Yeah.
They know how to party out there. They still got it together. Thank you very much for bringing out this great message, guys. This is Europe. If you're in Europe, either one of those countries, you can either fly, you can either ride a bus, you can take the
Yep.
train, you can do whatever and go. But
Yep.
this is a great place to be. Hang out with the Liberians in Europe and be a part of it, and enjoy yourself.
Yep.
Have a great time. Meet some new folks. Have a new
Yep.
network, new connection.
Right. Right.
Excellent, 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 Doctor. This is great. And thank you for your support and spreading the good news as always.
Closing acumen is really respected over there. They know closing acumen, and we have been partner with them for a while. So we have a very good relationship. So, stuff like
You are going in and out.
I said closing acumen is well known. They're highly respected over there. Everybody knows them, and everybody talk about the closing acumen. So
Excellent, excellent. Do you know, did you by any chance go to any school in Orange Grove?
yes, I went to Orange Grove Elementary School.
Okay. So I'm going to call my boy A.B. Williams. He did go to that school. We're going to profile that school. We're going to find
Yeah,
out the founding members of that school, how great that school was. I hear a lot about that elementary school. We love
yeah,
to profile this school. We have a lot of history that most of our young folk don't know about. It is incumbent upon us to let them know that we are a culture and society. It has always never been this chaotic. It has never been this messed up. We have always had some great traditions, family events, family, traditional folks. Liberia was a great country.
very
We have to
great,
let them know.
very great. And so very great country, great schools and stuff. But Mr. Williams is in Atlanta, right? He's a good man,
Yes,
though.
yes. AB
He's
is
in,
in Atlanta, and I speak with him. Basically, we talk almost maybe sometimes twice, three times a week.
yeah,
Great
because
guy.
he was one of those who did very well when we were rebuilding that school. He was very generous in his gift to help us when I started to rebuild that school. He was very generous. He gave was able to raise some money and give it towards the project. And another family, the Davis family in Providence, Rhode Island, Cardenio Davis, and all of them, the family came together. You know, the mom was principal for that school. And so all the brothers and sisters came together and made a donation to us, which was very generous. Generous of them and stuff like that. Yeah. And so,
Hmm.
yeah.
Excellent, gentlemen, guys, and girls. Please share this show. Get involved. We're going to have our plate is full, as I just read to you. Uh, there's a lot of information. And one, Dr. Peabody, Liberia is like the gift that just keep on giving. There is no time in Liberia that I will call you and say, my man, we ain't got no story to talk about today. It's
Yeah.
not like that. It's always, my man, you got to cut it down.
The news always just flashing, coming and flashing. Yeah.
I mean, you got to cut it down, man. Too much news. You got to.
Yeah.
We had to cut it down from 12 today to 5 because
Right.
there's too much. The topics are too long and
Right.
stuff. So Liberia is a very interesting place.
Right.
While we wait for the other guys, let's talk about some of the issues here. Let's start with home. They say charity begins at home.
Right.
We are talking about democracy in Liberia, and we are talking about we want to practice the American style of democracy.
Mm-hmm.
But what we see in New York City, in your neck of the woods, the New York City electoral process, the mayoral election, it looks like those that have been preaching about democracy are now turning their back on the democracy, and now they are embracing something called democratic socialism.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
A young man by the name of Madini said he's a Democrat socialist.
Hmm.
And he won the Democratic primary. He beat a man who called himself or pure Democrat. We're talking about the former governor, Cuomo,
Yeah.
a seasoned cultural Democrat was defeated by a socialist.
Yep.
People are abandoning. Are they abandoning what we have all thought was the greatest democracy on the face of the earth? Now we are talking about switching to socialism, and this guy won by a wide margin. He won by 7 percentage points.
Right.
Your take on the transition in New York?
Yep.
What do you think? He's talking about rent control, free transportation, free housing. He's talking about, some of the things that are free government run grocery stores, getting rid of the police in many areas and replacing them with social workers.
Right.
Dr. Peabody, what's going on here?
Mr. Gilbert, I don't know how they plan to go about this. I don't know how he plans to go about with all these things that he's saying. I will be interested to hear him how he plans to go about in the implementation of these kind of this idea. I think he's just tossing the idea out there because it appears that Americans are not happy, especially Democrats are not really happy with their own party in this country. They're not happy with it. And they're trying to find other ways to go because Como is a hustle name in New York. It's a hustle name, and to really see how former Governor Chris Como, really, everybody thought he was going to win. He led the poll from beginning to end. Everybody thought he was going to win, but I understand he's going to run as an independent. But it appears that the Democrats now are switching from their own party and they want to go to something else. I mean, it's just what we see here. You got one group, that have become so powerful in this country, especially the president of this country has become very, very powerful. One of the most powerful men in the country, because you go to the Supreme Court everywhere, they are handing him victory and victory and victory. He's one very happy president, but I want to see how this man will go about his socialist idea in leading America. How he planned to bring it out. I want to see that.
Let me welcome Honorable Wilfred Russell. He's been in government. He knows how these things run. Welcome, Chief.
Yes. What's up, guys? Nice to be here, Dr. Peabody. It's been a while, man. Haven't seen you in a minute. Congratulations.
I've been running in and out, man, but I'm here. I'm back.
Okay.
I'm running in and out.
All
the
right.
Gimlet been holding it down very well.
Yeah.
Just giving the guys some time to rest. Mr. Russell.
Yes, sir.
We have a full plate of activities in Liberia, but we're just warming up. We got a teaser here. We all talk about this democracy. And in New York, a young man flipped democracy on its head. Now Democrats are running away from what we know now. They got this thing called democratic socialism or something of that nature. And he won by about 7 percentage points. Now he's talking about free transportation, free housing, or rent control, defunding part of the police and replacing it with social workers. You name it. How can you pay for these things? You're talking about a city of 8-9 million people. You're talking about free housing for the poor, free transportation, free childcare, community groceries run by the government. Winfrey, you've been in government. Is this possible? Or this man selling us a snake on here? Is this possible?
Well, I've not read his plans, and obviously that money will have to come from some place. I like the fact that he's shaking up the political establishment, especially the Democratic Party. So we see what where that goes. But at the end of the day, you would need the money to pay for all of these services and all of these different perks that he's been listing. So we'll see where he gets the money from. But I think he is making some waves, and he's gaining traction. So you see now he got endorsed by AOC and the whole Bernie Sanders wing of the Democratic Party, that whole socialist ideology. I think at the end of the day, folks just want to live in a place that is affordable. I like the ideas that some of the ideas that he's come up with. For example, the one that talk about food access, where the city can run grocery stores. I mean, there's something that I'd like to propose to Monrovia. I mean, here in Minnesota, a number of cities here run liquor store and provide other services and other commodities to try to give greater access to residents. So I like that piece that he's laid out, the whole grocery, the city-run grocery stores that would lower prices and give more access to people who are having problems with food and nutrition and all of that. So that's a good thing. But at the end of the day, it's going to be, I like to see how he's going to pay. He's going to pay for all of these services, and so that he's proposing. Obviously, he will have to raise taxes. He will have to increase taxes, and a lot of people don't like. Taxes in New York are high already. I mean, of course, you go next door to New Jersey; they're also high there. So people leaving the city in droves and going to to other places because it's not affordable. It's expensive. So I know he's trying to do something, and that's why he's proposing all the things that he's proposing. But at the end of the day, he will have to find a way to pay for it. And I don't know how he will be able to do that without raising taxes.
Dr. Peabody, they were interviewing him on Face the Nation, and he says the transportation piece is not that bad. It's only $6 to $7 billion. I mean, this guy is talking about stuff, and then they shift it over to the governor and say, "Ma'am, are you willing to work with this man?" The lady said, "You know what? It's never going to happen on my watch because I'm tired of losing people to Palm Beach. Everybody moving to Florida, everybody moving to Palm Beach. I don't want to lose all my citizens." And she says, we were the second, I think we were the third. When it comes to the Electoral College, it was California, I think it was California, then Texas, then New York. Those are the three largest states when it comes to the Electoral College. But New York had lost so much of its citizens to Florida that Florida have taken over the third spot. So she said, "I'm not going to do it because I'm not going to lose any more my companies and wealth to Florida. I'm not going to do this." So, Dr. Peabody, how is he going to use this, get into office, and say, like some people say, manage your expectation? This thing won't happen.
First thing first, let him win the election first. He just won the Democratic nominee. It's possible that Chris Cuomo running as an independent could probably come back and win the election. We don't know. But first thing first. But I think that extreme idea he has, I don't know whether America is ready for that. Like Mr. Russell said, New York is expensive. Taxes are high. Across New Jersey is very expensive. I mean, you're paying taxes in New Jersey for a home like you're paying for a whole mortgage.
Yeah.
So it's extremely high. So how are you going to come back and really make things or change things like how it is now, especially with the economy and everything going on so difficult now? How are you going to come back into the system like this and change things? I want to see how he would do it. I look into his plan, but I think it's just one of those freshmen coming up with those big talks that really won't go much farther. It will appeal to the Bernie Sanders group. They all will run with it. The Kotex, what's her name? Alexandria Kotex. But how far or what impact, what difference is it going to bring to the Democratic Party to put them back in for 2020?
Let me welcome Honorable Pewee here, Sylvester K. Pewee. How you doing, sir? Welcome.
Thank you, man. I'm good to be here. Let me say a wonderful good evening to everybody and good afternoon. I'm going to be. I don't really want to waste time talking about. Yeah, he's a very young progressive. I like it. I like the tenacity and the exuberance, but quite unfortunate, the socialistic thought process he shared, it have not worked before. It's not going to work, right? And I hope New Yorkers wouldn't bow to that. It's never ever. Probably there's a means that he wanted to project to get some level of popularity. I thought he succeeded in doing that. He put in a very wonderful machinery in play to get the traction, and he got the traction. But is it going to work? It's never worked before. Is it going to? I don't think so. Right? So, given a student, so when I imagine if I even start discussing that suddenly I'm into the party here that I want to even get first. It's never worked before. But he's a smart young man, and let me hear him. Imagine a guru, Chris Cuomo, even admitted that he put in play a very crafty kind of a campaign, and that was a result of as to what he did to the recent primary we saw in New York. But yes, I think the intent is to get probably as a mechanism to win, and then he will have just post his methodology after the elections, hopefully. But I don't think he's going to win. Maybe we may just see Cuomo or the current mayor of New York coming back. Because this is not something. I would be very shocked if he won. But again, you cannot. The young people are already supporting him. This was a New York primary. Let's see what's going to happen in terms of where the Democrat and the Republican are not going to vote for him. I'm inclined to believe the Republican may likely side with the current mayor of New York, someone that the current president is inclined to support. You remember they have to drop charges against him and all those things. That was some D because he will be more appealing and more liberal towards Trump immigration policy. And Trump is looking for Trump does not want anyone that will be more combative to him in terms of implementing his major signature policy that brought him to the White House for the second time. So I think, Modani is a smart man. But yeah, and that's the American dream. You come to the what we call the competitive town of America. That's what made America an extraordinary society.
Excellent.
Yes.
Let me welcome Victor Namwe, the progressive. How you doing there, Chief?
It is great to be here. Hello to you all. Hello to our audience as well. Don't forget to share the show. Invite a friend. So first of all, let me hail the great William V. Studman High School, and I'm happy tomorrow will be featuring the great William V. Studman High School. Akimia, you're talking about Bassa High School. The greatest. What does that even come from? The greatest.
Myean, if you are like that, just post that majestic institution called the Bassa High School.
What is it? Tourist lookies. What is that?
The Latin for the Tower of Light.
Anyway, look.
Russell, you gotta help this guy, man.
Tomorrow, we will tell you why the great men, the brave, go to William V. Studman High School and die. Only the school survive. We'll explain that to you tomorrow.
Good.
We'll be glad to provide more light tomorrow.
Myean, can you repost that majestic high school to let you guys from Torgbean High School know, and these guys from Monrovia College know that when we are talking about institutions, we are talking about majestic. Okay? When we say Tourist Lukis, the Tower of Light. This is a school that was founded in 1905. It was called the Hazard Academy Boys Preparatory School for Leadership. That's why Arthur Grant School of Law has always been dominated by some people. So we are telling you here that if you come from the little school at Torgbean High School, the monkeys from Monrovia College, you guys are just coming to the school. But anyway, welcome. We are going to be profiling Torgbean High School tomorrow. Honorable Russell, what high school did you go to?
Ganta United Methodist in Ganta, Nima County.
Okay, we are going to be profiling Ganta United Methodist High School. We're going to do all of these things. We're going to be doing Monrovia College this week. But tomorrow is set aside for Torgbean High School, a school that was founded
in I am inviting all the Cardinals tomorrow to show up here. Tomorrow we'll be having a video here. A rally. You know what thing I don't know this in Liberia? We don't have mascots. The high schools.
Oh, you don't? But we
We
do.
don't.
At
You have
Paso High
one?
School, we are called the Red Devils.
No,
Where
in,
you guys,
we're called the Lions.
aha, you see, the Lions. Torgbean High School, you're called what? The Wimps?
The Cardinals.
Oh, Cardinal, you got the
Cardinals.
Birds.
Okay, the
Okay.
Birds.
And then
Anyway, so I was going to,
you
you know, I know you mentioned that I don't want to bring us back too far, and I know I respect my brother Sylvester a lot. I respect his research, but I disagree with him to say that what Madani is introducing in New York has never been done before.
never worked. Never worked.
Never worked or never.
It never worked before. Never, Chief.
I don't know if the people in
Maybe I have to go to
Baltimore,
Rosa history. It never worked before.
I don't know if the people in the city of Baltimore would say that. Winfrey, you would be on the city council, you would probably
Never.
speak to that. But listen,
I didn't get that.
free transportation zone. I don't think he's offering free transportation throughout the entire New York. But you know,
That's what he's offering.
Yeah, that's what
It's
he's
not worked
saying.
before. It's not going to work. Trust me, Chief.
we will find a means to make it work.
Okay, win.
This is a young 33 years old.
No, you okay? No, you well, anyway, go ahead
No,
because I was going to say something.
Go ahead, Mr. Russell. Go ahead.
No. So, one of the things, so if you go on my page, you'll see there's a raging conversation going on about the nationality clause that is in our Constitution that restricts citizenship to people of Negro descent, Black people, right?
Right.
So I look at this this man, very, very articulate, very progressive, coming up with some brilliant ideas. He's mesmerizing the entire country, and people are looking at him and say, "Man, this is new blood. This is new energy that's coming to the Democratic Party and taking the Democratic Party for storm." But his story could not have been told in Liberia. This guy was born in Uganda. He's of Indian parents, and he's embraced, and his middle name is Kwame. So, and so that's part of the beauty that when we look at, we look at how the world is changing now, and how countries and around the world, great powers and others are embracing cultures and different cultures and different races and different groups from all over the world. That's how they're strengthening their society. That's how they're building institutions and bringing fresh new ideas. We can't do that in Liberia because our constitution restricts who can become citizen. I talked about it the last time here. There's a Indian guy too, a guy born of Indian parents in Zwedru, and he was denied citizenship because of that clause in our constitution. So, so this guy has a very unique, very appealing, story, but it could not have been told in Liberia because of this racist, restrictive clause in our constitution.
No, I couldn't agree. I couldn't agree with you.
Yeah, go ahead,
Mr. Russell. I quite agree. I think this is pretty short-sighted. I think we're locking ourselves out of a lot of benefits. I agree with you. This is the open secret of America, and that's why they call it the melting pot. You come here, you feel a part of the place, and you want to contribute. But how can people do that in Liberia when we're looking in their faces and telling them, no, you don't belong here? It is not smart. I think we're being protective, but I think we're not doing the country any good by doing that. I agree with you. I think it's racist. I think we should get rid of it, but it is not smart at all, and I understand this kid we're talking about, he was born in Uganda. They let him come here and, he set up shop here, and now he's a New Yorker, and he's about to flip New York upside his head. And the Republicans, gay men and others, they're shaking in their boots. They're afraid what this young fellow is coming with, and let me tell you, this kid now is providing a model that could take your Trump from the White House. If you haven't heard, we're now looking at what he did and see how it can be replicated. What you need to worry about is go and tell Tom Tillis, to settle down. He already flipping Trump beautiful budget off his head. I don't know if you guys are not concerned about it. Y'all leave New York alone. We're doing our thing in New York. The New Yorkers, Como and New Yorkers were beaten by another New Yorker. You know, we're dealing with that. We don't have any problems there. And I heard that, you know, the elections have not been held yet. Look, in New York, the Democratic primary is the election. When the Democrats have selected you, you know, in recent past, when have they had a Republican mayor? When have you had a Republican mayor in New York, Jerome? You don't remember. That was probably before you were born.
Oh, look at this, man.
Tell me when.
Listen, we had Republican mayor, we had Republican governor, but let's go to this. Mr. Pewee, let's look at the Democrats are so freaked out that they have gone so far right, and we have pushed them so far right they are about to fall off the cliff. And this is what we love. Republicans love confused people. Now we got this Alcatraz we're going to hang around their necks. That this man now they have gone from democracy to socialism, and now communism is next. We just pushing them, okay? And this is anyone. There are some Republican, there are some Democrats who are shying away from coming out and outright.
So let me put this in context for you. Let me put this in context. My state of New Jersey, right? One of the smallest in the nation. We are the number one in the country in public schooling because we spend our money wisely. The population here is about 9.5 million. New Jersey. New York is about 8-point-something million. Do you know our budget here?
New York City.
Yeah, New York City.
New York City, yeah.
Not New York
But
City.
but this guy is mayor of New York City. We're not talking about Albany. No, we're not talking about Albany.
Yeah, I know that. I don't want to put in context.
We're talking about the commercial capital of the world.
Yeah,
that's what we're talking about.
Yeah.
So the budget of New York, the budget of New Jersey is about 58 billion, Jerome. New York is about 112 billion. They can find money to finance transportation, and we already know what we're talking about. We're not just scratching our heads and taking numbers out of our noses and just throwing up. We know what we're talking about. It's already been figured out. What you should be worried about is how we're going to roll this out to begin to put back on your man Donald Trump. I think that's what should be worrying you.
No, what we worry about is we're going to push you back to Cuba. That way, there where you belong. Go with your socialism to Cuba. We keep it within 90 miles from where I am. I'm in South Florida, Miami. Cuba within 90 miles from here. We'll send our ball back over there. Mr. Honorable Pewee, we have a full house. We got our menu is packed. Let's begin. Let's kick this thing off because I know it's going to take us all night.
Just a second here, please. Sarah, I hope you're coming out tomorrow early. We're discussing William V. Studman High School tomorrow. You better be here. Don't be over there and be writing in the comment section. Be on set tomorrow. Miss Topo, this is a command from the Cardinals. Thank you, Mr. Giving back to you.
Oh Lord, this man, clarion call, Baza High School. You have started here, and we're gonna go out. And in Myean over there, please show that picture one more that scared the Torgbean High School for Myean. Are you there? Show that picture that scared the Torgbean High School for. Forget about the monkeys. They've been scared already. But let's talk about Liberia here. President Walker nominated Associate Justice Yomi Kwekwe Gbese as Chief Justice of Liberia. I think some of you are now, you even though you don't live in Florida, but we love to fishing in Florida. And when you catch a fish from the water and you put it on a flip-flop. Honorable Pewee, your homeboy Gbese has been nominated. From what I understand, he's from Bombay County. And who is a prominent person in this administration from Bombay that may have put a little talk in the president's ear? Mr. Pewee, maybe you know who I'm talking about.
Oh, yes. So he's from Bombay, not Nimba.
No, Bombay. I may be wrong, but I heard he's from
Bombay.
No,
I really thought he said he was from Nimba too.
Oh, he is from Nimba?
I'm not sure.
I think Gbese. We'll have to find out.
Anyway, anybody can be born anywhere, but it's a Gola name. If he's from Bombay, then that the first lady's cousin.
No, but this is important, Jerome, because of the pandering that's going on from the UP government. I think we should put it in context. I think this guy's from Nimba. there is a scramble right now to grab the Nimba vote. I think we shouldn't forget that. I understand this guy's from Nimba. I want somebody in the chat to please tell us whether we're
That's
wrong
why I
or
asked the
not.
question, because that I know he's from Nimba, but I'm getting new development that he's from. I'm going to immediately after this going to check also if he's from Bome. I will confirm in less than 20 minutes to know if he's from. So I just now with someone on that. But yeah, Mr. Nangwe, I do actually respect your thought process about this whole socialist thing. It's not going to work for the people. It's not going to work. It's not. So I will end here. But quickly, here's what I said the last, I think, almost close to a week ago. And I said on this show that the president was contemplating appointing Nyamin Gbese as when I got. So the person I informed me from the executive from the executive management, I think that my soul was very much on top of it, said to me that Nyamin Gbese is going to be appointed the next Chief Justice. And now the president appointed him today. But if he's actually from Nimba, yes, good thing. He's a citizen of the country. That's the good thing about it. But we need to understand how we concentrate power, right? And we have, in terms of the balance of power, is very important in a kind of a country like Liberia that is still nurturing what we call the peace is still fragile. And I still want to insist to say due to the fragility of our democracy, we need to be very focused and head bent on ensuring that we protect the country democracy. But if you have one group of people trying to concentrate power around those people, it just revolve around one group of people. It's not a good thing. If it is true that is the case, the same Myeans rebel against the country. And I emphasize the Myean rebel against our country on the basis of marginalization. And that's what they claim. And Prince Johnson re-echoed that time to time. They said they accepted the wall, they opened up for war to come to their borders because they felt marginalized. They were being targeted and the rest of that. So they were themselves have to understand, this current president would have to understand if it's true he's from Nimba, it's not a way to actually concentrate power. Or what is the meaning of this and all of that. God will think the constitutional right of the president to appoint a chief justice or appoint the justices to the Honorable Supreme Court. Now, let me move to quickly comment and congratulate him on his preferment as chief justice of the country. While I don't have the appointing right, but within the president, and I want to also say to Mr. President, we hope this appointment will come to protecting our country moving forward. The last time I criticized him, I want to be safe. I don't hate him, but I criticized the rule. I thought he was inconsistent, and to be in a kind of a role, you have to be consistent. So I would call him moving up to the highest seat of the court. He will have to now be sober and very consistent in terms of reflecting on the major thing that will keep the country peaceful and stable. But for now, yes, I expected this appointment. It's not new to me. Is it the best of all appointment? I don't think so. But let me congratulate him on his preferment. We hope that those of us that got the other thought about his ability to function in a more independent way, he should now move to convince us and ensure that the country is always peaceful and stable.
Vic, let me go to Mr. Russell. During the struggle in the House, during the legal processes in the House, Associate Justice Pewee was one of those that wrote one of the most eloquent decisions from the beginning. But when the case reached the Supreme Court, the full bench, he basically somersaulted on his own decision, on his own writing.
Yes.
And dissented on what is obvious. The decision made basically was a rewrite of a decision when he was judged in chamber. Everybody knew there was something in the making. And today, those who accuse him of having an ulterior motive have been vindicated. Your thought on George Pewee?
Well, my understanding is he's a fine jurist. I'm not concerned about. I mean, I understand the political undertone and why it could be seen that way. I'm not so concerned about necessarily where he's from. I mean, which country he's from, and the fact that he's a Liberian and he's qualified. For me, that's what's important. At the end of the day, folks, have to do things, in strategic ways that will ultimately, come to benefit them. So, apparently, I mean, it's clear to me that he was being strategic, and because he may have seen the writing on the wall, or he may have been having some conversation that made him to behave and in a very calculative and strategic type of way that is now benefiting him. To each his own, and so my big concern is that, is he qualified? Is he qualified? Is he an experienced and qualified jurist? I think that's what should be a major concern, not where he's from and how, and his maneuvering. Because if any one of us was in this position, I think and saw this coming down the pike, we would have done whatever we thought it was necessary to do to put ourselves in a position to get in that big top job. So that's my take on it. I'm not concerned about the county he's from. It'd be great he's from Nimba, but I'm not concerned about that. I'm just concerned about whether he's qualified and he's experienced jurist.
Mr. Namwe.
Quickly, a few seconds, please. The reason why I brought Nimba thing, and we have to be very clear and frank, the country will have to be always people moving forward. The Nibayan are the people that always complain that they're being left out, they've been this, they've been that. They think the Liberia is for them, right? The reason why we bring the tribal politics, because it's always infused this thing when it favors them, they don't want to talk about it. When they don't want to talk when against them, they want to bring it out. The Nibayans are known for saying they're being marginalized. This happened, that happened, and they contributed towards the war coming to. They play a major role in destabilizing Liberia. If you are bringing a group of people also from Nimba and power revolving around them, it's a troubling concern, and they will not be doing things in the interest of the country's democracy. We should flag it up as they always can do. So that's one of the reasons why I brought it. I think the tribal issue is not important because it's in Nibayan favor, but it's against them. There's an important issue. There's hypocrisy. It's unfortunate on a serious note. I thought we'd just do this clarification.
Good. Mr. Namwe, let's talk about geopolitics. Nimba County, in American sense, we say has the largest electoral college outside of Monrovia. Everybody wants a piece of that particular county. It holds the key to every election since you and I have been following politics in Liberia in the 2000s. And here we are. The godfather of that country, of that county, is no longer. So the county is wide open. What a way for the Unity Party to solidify itself by giving the vice presidency and the chief justice to this one county. How much more do you make a plea to the folks that listen? You guys got a bigger share of this government. You better stay put. Your take.
Well, that says a lot about the vice president. I mean, but to Sylvester's point, and for full disclosure, I have ties to Nimba. My wife is from Nimba. In fact, my wife's father was the first chief justice from Nimba, served twice in Myean and Balaze. So the old man, he was, and then we have Francis Corporal from Nimba as well. Francis is also a family friend. Now, Yamu Bese from Nimba. So I think the Nimbayans have really given us a lion's share of chief justices in our judicial history. But to come back to the point, I think the fact that the president is coming back to Nimba, I think it says something about their confidence in the vice president to deliver. I mean, the 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 newly elected justice. I mean, look, he's already compromised. This man's confused. And I really thought the president would have made a minimum attempt to restore the confidence that we all know has been lost in the judicial system. I said in recent times when Justice Yo, knowing of course that she was on her way out, she finally stood up to the executive. Other than that, this judicial system in our country has lost its spine. Um, as you indicated, Bessie was one of those vocal people, against what was happening in the House. He even made that clear. He made it known at the late senator's funeral. In fact, it was due to his revelation that the rule of law caucus actually plucked up the courage to stiffen their spine and oppose, caucusing with the 43. It was from that event that they say, you know what, from what we know now, we will not be caucusing with you again because you are illegal. It was Bessie who gave us this revelation, And then the Bill of Information ruling comes out, he gives this weak, this sycophantic dissension that he gave. And because of that, the president is going to reward him. I mean, they didn't even try to disguise their attempt, to compromise the judicial system. I really thought this president would use this as an opportunity to help us restore the confidence. This man is eroding the confidence in our integrity institutions. I don't know if he understands that. Why is he going for Bessie? Why? There are a lot of competent people who are available to him. I mean, why couldn't he? Especially given this man's recent attitude. If I were the president, I would have stayed away from Bessie. With all due respect, nothing against him. But I think his recent behavior in this Bill of Information and this, the whole House, removal debacle, I would have stayed away from him. But what he has done right from the get-go, he has made the judiciary controversial. Because now people will be second-guessing Bessie's motive for whatever decision he's going to deliver. People are going to wonder whether it is based in law or he is just trying to please an audience of one, the president of the Republic of Liberia.
Wow. Dr. Peabody, the former U.S. ambassador frowned upon pay to play. Because of that term, pay to play, many people got sanctioned, including Prince Johnson and everybody else. There was a gentleman in this government that had been, if you ever saw the former president of Russia, he was on stage in the United States in the 80s dancing, carry on for people to see him. People that tour, right? The attorney general. All of these people were going around showing their colors and doing all kinds of stuff, positioning themselves for this particular position, knowing that this woman was going to retire at the end of June. So everybody said, well, Twe is positioning himself by putting his professional career on the line and saying he's going to rule over the Supreme Court by writing that, according to him, this is what the Supreme Court says, and the president has the right to do otherwise. He was doing all he could to be considered the Chief Justice of Liberia. And unbeknownst to him, some guy named Bessie stole this show. Your take, Mr. Peabody, Dr. Peabody, excuse me.
Again, man, I know the frustration, the early frustration in some of the panelists, but the president appointed this man. It is left with the Senate now to grill this guy and really act. Unfortunately, it's not going to happen. We've seen a very weak Senate. The Senate Judiciary, I don't know who's the head, whether Mr. Chia is still the head, Augustine Chia. you know, but it's not time for them to grill this guy and say, you know what, Yami Wese is irresponsible. He should not be given such a high position in the court. I don't know his level of qualification. You know, normally I know that people who are sent to that level are scholars. They are legal scholars, you know, and stuff like that. But we continue to make mistakes. We putting people in position that really don't represent for that position. Yami Wese, what are some of his scholastic work he's done when it comes to the legal field? What are some publication that he already come out, he are written and stuff like that? You can't name one that he's written. But we honor these people. They're not qualified. It's not merit-based position. You're talking about the Supreme Court justice. They should be completely meritorial. Okay, completely meritorial, because this man will sit on top of key decision. It makes me to wonder if President Barker is really in control of his government. It makes me to wonder if President Barker ever start to think about what it means to be the Chief Justice of the Republic of Liberia. You know, it makes me to wonder whether Yami Wese can be impartial when it comes to making key decisions. And I think it's flawed. This thing is fake. So unfortunately, we don't have a Senate that will grill them. Instead of them going and really inquiring and trying to grill this guy, they'll go after what the executive can offer in the brown envelope and confirm him overnight. So this is a problem for our country. This is a problem for Liberia. But again, election has consequences. We elected somebody who we know very well has really reached a retirement stage and comes to key decision making, and we put him there. So I don't even know whether he understands these things, whether he know who he's appointing, or people just come to him and tell him to do it. You know, I don't want to go into the ethnic part of it, but I mean, you got experienced people that on that bench that he could have appointed. You know, James Howard and others. You know, you had some very qualified lawyers in that country, scholars like Kehleboe Gongloe. Them, I mean, very smart people that you could have put there for the sanctity of that judiciary. But you want to put somebody there who is already balked, you know, and put him there. You think what decision he will render? He cannot be impartial, and it's a disgrace, complete disgrace to our country, complete disgrace.
Honorable Russell, we have in that group of Joseph Walker, President Walker's confidants, he has a Harvard Law scholar in Toy. And everybody thought that he was going to go that way because the gentleman is brilliant. And he has even put his reputation on the line for the president. And now this,
you guys are breaking up, so I didn't even hear what you said earlier.
Oh, okay. I guess maybe you were breaking up, but can you hear us? Can you hear me? Okay, go out and come back in. Pewee, Honorable Pewee.
Okay.
Pewee, here we are. Russell, can you go in? Can you go out and come back in? You are freezing. Okay.
Yeah.
Pewee. Pewee, here we are. We have, let me say, Pewee, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. We are talking about people who were grandstanding for this position, right?
Mm-hmm.
We talk about Honorable Twe, a Harvard Law, someone that was regarded as a brilliant human being within the circle of the law and President Boykai. And he had been grandstanding, but even putting his own reputation on the line, but coming up with that outrageous decision after the Supreme Court ruled, and something that like he was overruling the Supreme Court. And he got lambasted by everybody, all scholars. And everybody thought, well, you know, he's ashamed for the position of Supreme Court Chief Justice. And all of a sudden, this happens.
Yeah. Again, we wouldn't read the mind of the president. As I said before, Yami Wese is actually from Nimba. He's not from Bomi. He's a Mano man from Nima County.
Yeah, someone just called me and told me.
Yeah, he's a Mano man from Nima County, and he himself had his own relationship with the current president, and I see from the reason the former Chief Justice Francis Kopo, and it was part of the lobby at the time. We are appointed him as Associate Justice. We had a very good relationship also with the former president. I mean, with the former Chief Justice. So, but he's actually from Nima. But yes, why I would say that is the prerogative of the president. Actually, that's who he's going to appoint, and that's what I said. It's the right of the president. The Constitution gave that right to the president. But again, the issue about us setting other people beat this thing about Article 5 of our Constitution about ensuring that we have the issue of balance in the structure of the government of our country, in terms of the way we balance the employment opportunity and the rest of that. But the current Minister of Justice, and I think part of the reason why he didn't get appointed as Chief Justice is just when sometimes God do come and do some direct intervention on behalf of the people, right? God knew that this man, he was a compromise. If he would come out to give an analysis, opinion of a Supreme Court, that he should be the dean of the Supreme Court bar or whatsoever you call it, we come out and give this kind of outrageous and malicious interpretation to the government and the people of Liberia. This kind of man cannot be the man that will be the Chief Justice of the country. So it's one of the reasons why. Probably he's still going to be now. I'm getting information that he's going to a prayer mother and father to pray for him that he be appointed one of the Associate Justice. The only seat to replace the just appointed Chief Justice Destiny. So I won't know, but I believe again the angels are at play. And they're going to do everything that to see
the sign.
Yeah, the angel. I feel that the sound of the angel all around me. They're just the angels. The angels are saying to us, the spirit of backup Matthews is all coming, telling us that no, that man won't be appointed on that bench because he don't want to be there. But again, the reason why I'm saying some of this is not that we don't like these people or we hate them. No. The intent is there are certain positions in the country history. We need people to not just be better driven to serve these positions. Now, if you appoint, everybody want to get, I agree, everybody want to be appointed in kind of a high profile positions. Everybody will love that. Everybody love that. You love your career pattern to improve and all of that. I would love to be appointed tomorrow as Minister of Foreign Affairs of Liberia. I would love to have that. But more or less, I would have to first seek the qualification and have the competence to do the job. But the moral compass is what's necessary. And that's what we would have to do. You cannot be opting to be, and you just set a good example, a question you asked, that there's a man that gave necessarily very beautiful opinion before, very sound opinion, and in no time, he himself, he just slipped on the other side of things. And legal matters scholars should be people of high level of integrity. That's what I'm saying. Particularly if you are to be even considered to be on the Honorable Supreme Court bench. Yeah, if you want that can vacillate in the kind of a certain manner, because the hope and the peace of the country is on your shoulders. So it's important to have people of high reptitude to be on the Honorable Supreme Court bench instead of just appointing people because we believe they're going to be ideological and all of things. And our judges are not that ideologically inclined. No, the branch is being controlled by any president that will come. It's clear. We need to start building a more or less a culture of independence on the bench, honorable bench. And that's one of the reasons the Constitution is saying the president, you no longer serve the will and pleasure of the president. When you are appointed and confirmed, now the only thing you serve the will and pleasure is to reach when you reach your age 70 and you leave. Right? And that's you good. So and one person I even had issue with the issue of the age. I thought if you reach maybe 70 is too a little bit good. Look at Shannon. She just tells something. You see her like so let's agree, give me on our bench. So 5 years from now, we say Kehleboe be retiring.
Retire, man. You're done.
You see? And but why he said, but why you stay very fit and prepared to get the job done. But yeah, we need people that. So I would hope that Mr. Bese will go and sin no more and do the job that I bring people. Trust me. Yeah, I would just hope he go and sin no more.
George Bese, wherever you are, if you're watching this show, you just got your marching order. Go and sin no more.
Yeah, go and sin no more.
There's nothing they can do. Mr. Namwe, let me play devil's advocate here. Is Joseph Boakai wanted to redeem himself? I know to some folks he has no redeeming values, but let's say he went and said, you know what? I will pull one of my trump cards. I'm going to bring back the former Associate Justice, Kabene Jane, and replace him, and everybody going to hail him now as a brilliant tactician. If he's listening, if his adjutants are listening, don't you think that would be something that he should look at that would make him to be hailed as a political tactician, a guy who is playing chess while everybody else is playing Ludo?
I think that would have been good.
It's not late.
No, I think it is. I think it is because if you remember, I think Kabene Jane may have gotten the call. Maybe he was shortlisted. I don't know. But if you remember, a few days ago, he was in the press expressing his disappointment and frustration over this government. If you remember, he said this. He actually apologized to the Liberian people.
Yes.
For going out to campaign for this government, because he said this is not the government that he campaigned for. So I think basically, Kabene Jane, I think he's done with this government. But it would have been nice if he was given this opportunity. And like you're saying, maybe there's still an opportunity to do that, but I doubt it. But let me tell you what the president could do, right? Nibali Wana is sitting down in Monrovia. He is a very, very competent lawyer, very, very well respected. He's sitting down in Monrovia. Why can't he put him on the bench? Jerome Verdier is sitting there.
That's a very important question. Why can't
why can't he put him on the bench? There are a lot of people. The president is not out of option
because they don't want people with balanced mind to be on that bench.
Exactly. That would be an attempt to restore the confidence in the judiciary. He goes to Bese because Bese being praised, singing and dancing to his whims and caprices. You think that's why? I don't think the president is interested in building the integrity of the judiciary. There are a lot of people. He could have gone to the Bar Association. I don't think he did. Because that's what was done in the past. You go to the bar and tell them to send you a couple of names.
No, the Bar is compromised. So the Vice President is a partisan.
Of course, isn't that a reality? Because we remember the president coming out the other day, right? And then his vice president, but I think the president could have done better, Jerome. He's not out of options. I don't think Chief Bese was the best option available to him. And with no disrespect to Chief Bese, but I just believe, given his recent conduct, there are a lot of other people in the country who could have provided this president, a very good choice. I don't think they even tried. I don't think they tried to look. Because if they had, they didn't need to look too hard. There are lots of people. There are a lot of people available. Why is he giving up Bese? Why? What is so special about Justice Bese?
Nimba.
Why?
Yeah, well, Honorable Pewee, I'm a supporter of Joseph Boakai playing devil's advocate. I am going to pick Kabene Jane, and the folks going to say, but they may just say you were the worst person. He apologized for not picking for campaigning with you. You are a disappointment. He can say, listen, guys, even people who disagree with me, people who disparage me, even went beyond that, and they appointed him because he's a jurist. He's a jurist of the jurists. He is a great man. So besides what he says about me, that's his personal opinion. I'm not appointing him because of his personal opinion. I'm appointing him because of his smarts, because he understands the judicial process. He is a jurist of the people. Wouldn't that make Joseph Boakai a hero for everybody?
It would have just take up.
No, but it's not late because somebody got to replace Bese. He could still
it will have increased his approval rating big time. In terms of his tolerance level as a president of our country, in terms of making other people to understand that the president would appoint those that disagree with him. So that would be in the position that he believed now in the rule of law, that he believed in the issue whenever Mr. Janneh is expressing his opinion on the bench, that would have been considered as a one of the balanced opinion. I respect Cabinet Janneh on a serious note in terms of his ability to independently take a side, and then that is good. That is very good, and part of the reason for that, led to he being impeached because he's too on the side of the law. And on a serious note, and the basis of him being impeached at the time was let me be open to say this, but I've never said it before. I think it was unfair on his part. He was being wish hunted, and no one on that honorable bench should be wish hunted for the opinion they basically shared out. It's quite unfortunate that did happen to him, but he's one of the competent person we have. The only time I ever disagree with him when he served at the time as the spokesperson for LER and did justify most of the time of the shedding unfolded in the country. But beyond that, I believe we move on, and I believe he's a competent person. And the president should have allowed, again, appointing to the appointment power of the president is within the president's authority also. So I wouldn't actually go zigzag with him because he didn't appoint this person. It is his right to do. The other thing I would say, those that he will appoint, because we are the employer, we ensure that when he appoints someone, if the person is competent, qualified, we will say, if we have some level of concern, we will come out to express that and ask the person to go and do the right thing moving forward. That's all we say. But because Liberia is no more going to be like before, where you have one group of people who just continually believe that they will take control of the country and do what they believe they can do. No, nothing going to help you. No. The angel in heaven will not even protect you if you did that. So the country will have to move on, and no one will going to interrupt the democracy. We're going to respect our leaders, and that's what the Bible even said. We train to understand what the Bible says. We should respect constituted authority, and those authority also we have to respect and care for us, the people. It's part of the social contract theory that we all enter into. So we will ensure that those that are appointed by the president will have to work according to the will and pleasure of the Liberian people while they serve his will and pleasure. But if you don't, then there's consequence ahead of you in the next 6 years.
So let me just quickly say, Jerome, I know you're coming to me, but let me get ahead of you. And I agree with what Sylvester is saying. But look, this thing that is happening, I think we should not take it lightly. You, Jerome, had reminded us here not too long ago of the attempts that are going to be made by this government to consolidate power. They want to control everything, and this is saying a lot as we go into towards 2029. They're controlling the legislature now. They have the executive now. They're moving on the judiciary. They're going to move on the elections commission. This president, this is a clever attempt to pick Bese, because now he has created another vacancy on the court. He's going to pick another judge. He's going to put 2 justices, he alone, on the bench. You understand me? And now he's going to also select the elections commissioner. By the time 2029 comes around, these people will have all the levels of government in their power. And we have to recognize this for what it is. I hope the Senate, which I have absolutely no confidence in, I hope they will make this man, if not reject him, but make him to commit at least to following the rule of law. I doubt if they're going to do that, but they do have some power, to help bring him back on the road to place his fidelity to the rule of law. I hope they can do that. I don't think he will be rejected, but we have to watch this for what it is. Those of us in the opposition community, we can't just sit here and say, we have to push back on this, and I hope my brothers in the opposition community, we are waking up to this. This government is consolidating power, and the rigging of election doesn't start on election day. It starts way in advance of election, and these people are getting ready for what is going to go down in 2029. This president you see going to Nimba and going to Nimba, they don't believe Jeremiah Coon can deliver Nimba. And so now they're consolidating around him, bringing Bessie, whatever it is they're going to do. I think the by-elections are still yet to happen to replace Koga from the House. I am sure they will want to take that as well. People were saying, yeah, why was Belite, who is just a newcomer, why was he putting his name forward and all of this, going for speaker, fielding a candidate, Mark Blair? These are some of the things that we saw. And we have to recognize these for what they are and get ready and be ready to put up a fight.
Well, yeah, as a matter of fact, is this going to be the third justice he'll be appointing?
That's correct.
Exactly. You're right.
The last will be the third because
absolutely, you're absolutely right.
And him, and then, but yeah, it's going to be a third.
And I think how many justices? There are 5 on the court, right?
5.
So he alone is giving the majority to the court already.
Yeah.
And with the promotion of Bese, wouldn't that be a vacancy?
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So he got one more person to that point.
He has to appoint another person to replace Bese. So he appointed Sienna Johnson.
Right.
He appointed Bese. He's going to appoint Bese's replacement.
That's correct.
Yeah. And I will tell you, hopefully by between now and Friday, who's going to be the next person he will appoint.
Okay, now listen to this.
My source will tell me soon.
I can tell you who it will not be. It will not be Cabinet John. I can tell you.
Listen, Pewee.
Sorry, let me joke before you go. My friends are texting me here to say because I'm going against Bese, my wife will throw me out, so I should get ready. So I'm going to move in with one of you guys.
Yes.
I found my things in the driveway after the show.
Come on. Put all your things in the black plastic bag, and I'll pick you up from Amtrak. Well, this is, Honorable Pewee and Honorable Namwe here. Usually, when we were in elementary school, we had something called context clue, right?
Mm-hmm.
They don't have to tell you everything. They can tell you A, B, and you know what's coming will be C.
And yeah.
So here we are. On the thread here, someone that worked for the government said it in jest, right? We thought it was a joke. He said, we have wrestled the House away from you. We got the Senate. We are waiting for the 29th of June to appoint the Chief Justice. We will have the House, the Senate, the Judiciary, the Executive. He said, and we are going to get rid of Mrs. Brown and we're going to replace it with her. He says, then 29 is a wrap. That's why he wrote 2029 is a wrap. And then in one of his other writings, he says, what were you going to do if we declare ourselves the winner for 2029? You cannot go to the Supreme Court because we have a precedent. We can say the Supreme Court has no power over the executive. We are co-equal. So, Honorable Pewee, here we are. It is like Mr. Namwe said, cheating does not happen on the day of election.
Oh yeah,
right before our eyes, they are all the blocks are being put in place.
Yeah, and I think it's part of the reason why the guys because if you want to cheat on the day of the election, you want to succeed. You start the process ahead of time, and the smart cheaters now will do that. If you're not smart, your plans can get. But yeah, what I would say, no matter how sophisticated you are in terms of you want to plan to cheat, if your opponent, the opposition, got a very good counter mechanism in place, trust me, they can abort any plan to cheat in our electioneering process. Our election system is such that it's difficult to really cheat in if all of the parties involved, all the party leaders, if you will, involved into said issue, or the major forces, if you will. Mr. Belite says something last night that is very profound, that the opposition CMC will put in place a mechanism to ensure, because let's agree that we have a polling station, we're having 2,000 polling stations in Lofa County. And in each of those stations, or precinct, if you will, we have all of our manpower deployed, seen across the country. And those manpower we have deployed, we have a wiggle room wherein one can be substituted for the next, right? If the person is going to do any bowel movement. There's an anticipation of bowel movement. This person is going to do that. The next person is going to fill the gap to ensure that accuracy and precision in terms of catching on the votes will always be in play. If those kind of things are put in place, it is difficult. And I'm going to say this. Now, sometimes my own dear brother too many would say, oh, they put planning. Yeah, they may want to plan to do. Why do you think eventually Boakai won narrow election and he got it? Because the guys in the CDC, and through the intervention of Amara Kone and the rest of some other folks, did a wonderful job for them. How Amara or his team not put into place a kind of a rigorous observation of the election's results and went ahead of the election commission, there would have been some wiggle room to even announce that, because he won with 20,000 votes, to announce that we have won with 50,000 votes. That would have been done. But because the opposition countered very effectively, it was very difficult to change that result. So the only thing I will say, I'm not really panic about bringing Yamin Beze, bringing this. If you want to keep peace in the country, don't take an election that was not yours. Then you spark the country up into problem the country that have been engulfed into problem before. That's it. But if Mr. Boakai won to pass the coming elections, I will be one person, I don't know yet, as to say, oh, congratulations, Mr. President. But if he didn't win and he stole the elections, trust me, we're not going to be here saying those things. We're going to be on the ground. And I want to be on the ground far ahead of election time. So if folks were to engage into saying, we want this to happen, we want that to happen, we want this other thing to happen, the only thing we can do now, my dear brother, is, and I will honestly say this, is for the people to plan to do this. But I agree, you have to be smart. Even those that can indulge into criminality, you gotta be smart. But mind you, even the smartest criminal can be caught, and that's what it's. Yes.
But let me push back on this, because you are a former government officials in the CDC government. Everybody saw that there's still a question mark or an asterisk to the election in 2005. That up to now, people believe that CDC won that election. Again, in 2011, we know very well that the evidence was clear that CDC won that election. And then in January, somebody from the Ministry of State for Presidential Affairs tried to be sarcastic with me online and say, forget it. We are Unity Party. We know how to win elections. This is what it is. So what I'm saying here is 2005, 2011, you saw what happened. You guys were sophisticated. You guys had a robust opposition. And look what happened in 2011. You guys had to, because of peace, you abandoned, you withdrew. You never took part in the election. You said, let them have it.
No, but honestly, I would say this to you, and I supported CDC in 2005 elections. Them just making my debut into politics. At the time, I was just into enter politics, reaching the age to reach to get into voting issue. But let me say this to you on a serious note: CDC did not win 2005 elections.
Okay.
Yeah, and I hope, and I want to be very clear. CDC did not win 2005 elections. CDC didn't win 2011 elections.
No, obviously they didn't win because they
didn't. No, they didn't. No, they didn't win. Listen, to win an elections first round, because if you don't get the Constitution says 50+1 to win uprightly, and if you didn't win that, and you move into a second round got a lot of things, got people moving here, there about. Madam Sadi won these two elections, the runoff election. She won them. She was not really happy she won runoff. She wanted to win uprightly. But it was a very competitive team, because we are the forces behind him. The popularity line he commandeered is huge. But he didn't win 2005 election. No, he didn't win it.
Okay, but let's look at what
No, but let me say this though. Let me say this. The President Weah's problem is always in the runoff.
Yes.
He is always in the runoff. And I don't know what it is. You guys are the sedition. Whether it is arrogance, he doesn't know how to make deal, but he wins the first round and then he loses the runoff because he doesn't know how to close the deal. But that's where his problem is. But to come back to what
Mr. Nagbe, real quick, let me go to let me put this in context here. Because when Ellie visited the UN and she visited around the university in the United States, and they were asking her how did she beat such a popular opposition, she says, we could not with the mothers, and they confiscated the voting cards of their children and denied them the right. Isn't that part of the cheating that we are talking about?
But the fact don't bear that out. I think she was lying when you said that. We know Georgia beat her in the first round in both elections.
How can you tell me the woman lying on herself?
Because that's what she's saying doesn't look. If they took the card high, she won in the runoff. Yeah, exactly.
She said
she won in the runoff because she was able to go out there.
She said when she was asked how did she manage to beat such a popular opposition, she said one of the strategies was that the women decided that all women that have children of voting age, they confiscated their voting cards.
I don't know about that, Jerome, but yes. I can say this. Where she beat the president is her ability to close the deal. After the runoff, she was able to go out to the other politicians who did not qualify to go into the runoff. And she was cobbling up, an opposition to President Weah. President Weah got conflict. He got the same thing with Joseph Walker. Even this going election, Weah was leading after the first round. But again, he didn't get out there to close the deal. And that has always been, the problem.
Yeah.
And Sylvester here will come in, but let me just quickly say this. The President Walker, what he's doing, look, we're almost certain, that Weah is going to go in the runoff. He has that percentage.
If he runs.
He has that percentage of committed votes. So what we are fighting with is who is going to go with Weah in the runoff. Is it going to be Joseph Walker's United Party? Is it going to be Musa Belite's CMC? Is it going to be Alice Cummings' ANC? Even the ANC has a question mark. There is a minimum vote that they should have gotten in this going election to be able to run again. I don't know if they got that. That's a question they will answer. But with the opposition, we got to prepare ourselves for that. We have to be ready. And the Liberian post-Civil War politics is always about collaboration. Anybody who believes they can do it alone is a joker. We have to find a way in the runoff to coalesce, or else we come back empty-handed again.
One of the reasons why Ellen answered the way she answered was just like she was trying to say all hands were on deck to get the election going, that the women, the marketers were involved. They had to talk to their husband, their children, and all of things in the line of even seizing their card. It was just the other flip side of this she was saying. But realistically, she beat him in the runoff. She won those elections. And as a matter of fact, the 2011 election was not an election that, because Winston Tubman, that Liberia didn't want him. Right, they were all for Madam Said. It was very clear that they didn't do well in those elections and the rest of that. But yeah, he did come out in flying colors in the first round. But now the end game plan is where the problem always. And Madam Said was more strategic, and she had to be, and she was surrounded by some very smart strategic political strategies, particularly in the 2011 elections. But yeah, 2005 election or more competitive, and all those things may have mounted some concerns, but that does not negate the reality yet. Now, the trouble in the room here is, and we have to be frank as politicians, start to pretend here. Given, and Mr. Nagbe will say the rest, he will always be around the 29, 30 to 32, 33% of it. And that will always just catapult him in the round of elections. That's a very important issue. Now, for any political party, even the CMC, if the CMC is seriously getting to this to be a vital alternative in these elections coming, these pending elections, the CNC will have to do things to undo that. Two things the CNC will have to do. If you don't do, because that's not a small feat. It's not going to be a small feat. It's not a small feat. It's not. And I'm not going to be one person that say, oh, of course, I support the land sales of disability. I can say to the ES, oh yeah, CMC, they're going to sweep. No, it's a technical tax ahead of the CMC. If you are not said that yourself, it's about time you start paying to citizens. And how can you undo those things? Is to do the work necessary. We have to do the work necessary to see how we can undo two things. You have to do. You have to stop him from entering this runoff, or you stop Barker from entering the runoff. So that's
correct.
major responsibility you have to do.
Correct.
But
correct.
just by his name, not campaigning, he getting close to 20, 28, 27, 28, 29% of the votes.
Correct.
And you're going to campaign and put him in a round of elections. He in a roundup because if you have to get out and put him in the roundup now, who is going to? We're going to need two persons in the roundup.
Right.
Two. So what's the strategy?
Quite frankly, we're putting President Weah around 32%, and you know 29, 32%. But yeah, so when that happens, the rest of us are fighting over the 68%, and we won the lion's share of that 68%. That puts you off in the runoff. But to come back to the point that you were making, Sylvester, these are the little tangibles that I think most of our people miss. They get out the vote. How does it start? You have to register these people during
the vote. Go and register.
Then you got to go and get them and take them to the polls to vote on election day. That is important. Yeah. Two, you have to protect the integrity of the vote. You said that. The poll watchers.
Yeah.
You have to make, and this is where I got frustrated with the CPP because I thought Alex Cummings had the resources to pay enough poll watchers so that these people, when they see whoever they won the election, when they bring in their pot of food and cooking and doing all of that and drinking, you know, they're distracting the poll watchers. We all know what happened. They're cooking. You understand me? Some of the poll watchers drunk. They're sleeping.
Yeah. You need to strategic plan, right? You need to strategic plan. You know, and the good part of it in the country currently,
we gotta be prepared for that.
Every young people now around the age after 15 moving forward, they got mobile phone, which is cell phone. That's not a must tax on for you. So
exactly.
After party, so everybody got a cell phone.
Everybody got a cell phone. We got a future result.
Yeah, you don't have to say, oh, you're buying something, you don't buy food. You make sure those people that are deployed, if you say to them, you're going to pay them $40 for that night. Make sure you give them $30.
At least $30.
$30. When the results are put in, you get it.
Because we heard, sorry, Sylvester, we heard some of the poll watchers, they would have some of the results from some party.
They see it.
Exactly.
They say we're not giving anything on our market. So if you don't give it, and I've been into it myself, they say being there, do that, right? I'm not the way I've seen it.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, but myself a pool washer before. I said I pool washer for CDC 2005. Very innocent young picking. Being sent in that place, Zosa district, Zosa Central High. Yeah, right. The reason why, because the first round of the elections, we supported at the time, we were supporting, you know, my late mentor and father figure, Professor Somo Kupi. We were all that youth exuberant were all there, moving, we pushing to be senior senator when he won, but he was with Liberia Action Party at the time, Kokodieko, right, the rooster. But when we didn't make it, the decision came through that we had to support the CDC. In the round of election, we came back. At the time, it was almost like a taboo. For when we enter some town, you see some posts will be a fight for us. They're skipping, closing door. They said, "Oh, you can't campaign for CDC." It was almost like an abomination to do that. And with Venture, we did that at the time. And imagine, man, I said he beat. So we are in Lofa. I say somebody beating Evening John. Yes, because at that time the new CDC, you can't even call it Lofa that big. The entire election, I think the total vote we had got 2005. People were around the whole country were around 3,000 thereabout. And it was because of the way we went around, right? They're saying so. The best way to do it is in the time and we're getting. The internet era is they have revolutionized a lot of things in that country. Most part of central part of the country now we have internet on there. So the best way to do it is to deploy all of your agents to all of the polling stations. Every polling room, you should have at least 2 representatives. And at the same time, no one representative should. At 1 second, you shouldn't even miss your eye should not miss the ballot box. Particularly the time of voting and the time of reconciliation and during the collation process of the ballot. There should be nothing whatsoever. He did that, and you have everything in play, because if the results are coming now, most of those if the turnout is very heavy, you expect the pool close by 6 o'clock. Where you see turnout heavy, sometimes later it'll be 7:30 p.m. Immediately that, when the reconciliation process is going on, before they can start the collation, all those things, when it start, you expect it at a high turnout, you expect presidential election, everything, general election, you expect results to start pulling in. Maybe if it close latest by 7, let's say 7:30, 8:30, 9, you start having progressive reports coming out. So if the entire Zozo city got their results, they already hold their results, they're waiting for the satellite towns. Those satellite towns, there's a lot of district got about 42 major town, big town. Then all those people that deploy in those areas, those that will have area with signal, they will just go stand there and say, okay, from this Kiru, from Kiru, the result from Kiru is why our president then they head team in the district now putting the number together. Maybe for the next day or maybe 2, 3 in the morning, you got all the report from the district. You file that report down to headquarters, the general campaign war room. They put in the number in place. So they have a good war room that is responding on time. Trust me. And you pay all of your people to watch your vote. If Baga didn't win the election, Baga will not get it.
Before we go into the next one here, let's look at 2 important things that happened, and I have an experience because I was following the election in Grand Bassa. For instance, Honorable Finley won Grand Bassa by almost 55,000 votes. Okay, people are saying some of the folks that voted for Finley came from out of town, Monrovia, they were transported, wherever. After they won, if half of those folks have gone back to the county to vote for President Weah, he would have won. But what they did was, after the election, everybody was celebrating and forgot about, listen, we brought a lot of folks here, we are bringing them back, and vice versa. There are a lot of people that went to Magibi to vote, and after the McGill won, he didn't bring them back there, because for them to have voted in the second round, they have to go back where they voted, where they are registered to vote. That didn't happen. Secondly, recently in the by-election in Nima, most of the folks, according to Spoon TV and our own folks, people were afraid to come out because of the presence of armed police, the entire police department, the Liberia National Police, people with guns all over the place, which was, in some instances, some people felt that it was an intimidation to make sure that these folks didn't come out. So people who are traumatized, Mr. Pewee, you see the police car following, people come with all the rifles and come and say, we want everybody to go vote. In reality, they are scaring the folks, and people are saying, you know what? I'm not going to out there with all that guns around here. So how do you deal with that? It's an intimidating tactic.
Let me say quickly to that. I agree, intimidating tactics, but listen, there's nothing that this. One of the right that no one can take away is the right as a Liberian citizen to vote. That's the only right of a citizen of our country. That's the only right you have. The only right. No other person in the place that you have to vote. So, and those rights should not be trampled upon by anybody, anything whatsoever. Now, the thing, I would tend to. I don't think it was part of the reason why Mr. Weah didn't get re-elected, about those people going back to vote. But I don't think a lot of people went, got truck people. No,
I'm saying not Besanga. I'm talking about the system of trucking people.
Yeah, I'm coming to it.
You talk about 17,000 votes here.
I'm coming to it quickly. Like for instance, few folks may have said, okay, we like him, we went versa, most of them didn't go back round of election. But a major political party, and there should be a lesson learned now moving forward about the CMC to even learn from that. If you see those things coming up, you try to canvass in the local terrain and expect to win the election from those, because we should expect that people will be chalked by a representative that may be sympathetic towards a certain political party, and when those representatives won their elections. They no longer got interest. Not that they no longer have interest, but they no longer have the resources to retransport people because it's capital intensive.
Of course.
Right? It's huge. You have to provide transportation. You have to provide feeding and getting some stopping, hustling and stopping. Now, in terms of the hustling, most of them will agree that in some cases they will just bunk somewhere, put some things, just they never go vote and they be back. But that's the how it is. It's capital intensive. It requires a lot of pumping money into it. You have to bend roll all of those things. So what's the plan? So what is the option you have? So in all those things, so I expected even CDC as a governing ruling establishment, I think it was a failed kind of a campaign because if you didn't have a legal room for that, you had the resources. Why you couldn't work with those people, for instance, and say to them, hey, I understand you went to, but the campaign was not listening to those people. Some of them were even pushing for that. Like, hey, we carry some our people, we need to take them back. Oh, we don't have the money to carry everybody. And that's the point also. So if a campaign team will have to be, but if you have a campaign team that is less fair, just focusing on themselves rather than focusing on the main thing, it will be a problem. And people don't want to spend the money, they want to keep the money to use the money on themselves, believing that no matter what we do, we already now win. We are the Rudy establishment. So it's like trying to eat your own thing and you think everything is okay. You can't eat a cake and you still want to say you have it. The money meant to say it's for campaign. You don't want to spend a campaign money, but you want to control it and put it to yourself and say you win to get power. You can spend the money, do the thing, get a better result. But I hope this lesson learned. The next time the other will have to follow the best way to do it.
Great.
That's the best way to go about it doing it. You have to plan. You have to have a wiggle room to say, hey, after this, we can plan for this, do things.
Let's move to the next topic here. President Joseph Walker leads senior officials in signing book of condolence for the late President William Aaron Talbot. Victor Nangbe, we are being on the barrier thing. We talking so, we doing so. Is this real reconciliation? Will this bring reconciliation?
Well, I mean, look, I again fault the president for trying, but whether it is genuine, I don't know, because I think there are lots of people he needs to reconcile with. That he's living on the other side and going in the other direction. I mean, look, this president has not brought the opposition. I don't think he has had a sitting with the lead opposition, the opposition leaders in this country. Never mind that these people are opposition people. They are Liberians, and they represent people. This is an election that was decided by less than 2%. He knows that this country is evenly divided. So yes, meeting with the Tobo family, yeah, that's good. Burying President Doe, that's good and all of that. But I don't know if we can call this really reconciliation. I think the people you really need to reconcile with are the people who and him fought in the elections. He needs to have a sit down with these people. It will help our country. Our people begin to. There's a lot of division in the country. Almost everything that's done in the country now is interpreted through the political lens. And that's because the country is divided. Everything is politicized. And he has a responsibility to reduce the tension, to reduce the division in the country. He's not doing that. All this thing he's doing, reburying these people, to me, that does not represent genuine reconciliation. I think he turning his back. Is it good? Yes, it is good. But it doesn't amount to much compared to what he is supposed to do. That's the point I'm making. Yeah, you're pandering, you're looking for elections, you're looking for electors all over the place. I get it, he's trying to play for the Southeast, going to bury Doe. But I said it here the other day, Samuel Doe did not embody the representation of the Southeast. So going to rebury him, I don't know how many of us will find that appealing enough to say, you know what? I think I'm liking the UP now because they want to bury President Doe. I don't see that coming from the Southeast, even in Grand Judah. I don't see that happening to solidify the Grand Judean vote, let alone the Southeast vote. So now he's pandering to the Congo people. He's going to rebury Talbot. The TWP, the TWP is coming back, right? I'm sure you know that. They're re-emerging, and he's trying to play to the TWP. Well, let him go ahead. let the UP go ahead. You know, they can go ahead. But I can tell you, the president needs to do more in terms of trying to reconcile the country. I don't think he's doing that yet. He's playing around with all these little ones that really don't amount to much. You know, I'm not discounting them, but the big kahunas, he's turning his back on the big kahuna and going to the little fish.
Well, our gatekeeper here, Patience Seaman says, Robert Garguah and the chief, you're fined $25. You're going to put it in the closing argument coffer. You're going to put it there. Welcome, Robert Garguah.
Thank you.
I think Ralph should be more because we haven't seen Ralph for more than 2 weeks.
Oh, okay.
No, I was excused. My pops turned 70, and so we took him on a cruise to Mexico.
Okay.
So we were on a 5-day. We're on a 5-day cruise. So whenever you don't see me, I'm probably traveling.
Thank God you came back. They didn't kidnap you.
Welcome back.
Thank God too. But before we go further, I don't want to change the topic because I think this is a very interesting topic. But since Tomalin George, it's good to see you, my dear brother. But I'm disappointed in the neo-progressive. The neo-progressive was on this platform video the other day and misrepresented what I said. And when he challenged me to bet,
my man, don't say you're on the cruise with the family or you're not paying attention to the family.
When he challenged me to bet 10,000, I told him to double the 10,000 to $20,000, and I was ready to transfer. I was ready to do a wire transfer to Ben Sanvee, and he backed down after Professor Larry appealed to him. But this would have been an easy savings for me because I know what I said and I stood with what I said. And even if progressive, I never knew to be a man who back away, man. You put your mouth where your money is. This time you ran away. I'm disappointed. That's
let me say this quickly, Sonny. I didn't back down. And if you want, what I did at the time, I listened to the voice of reasoning.
That's right.
Sometimes the voice of reasoning. That's what I did. I listened to the voice of reasoning.
Saw that sound.
If you want to reenact this bet, I'm prepared to go for it.
Wait. So I hope Professor Canada is watching because what's his name? You will lose this bet. By the way,
no, I won't.
I've already
recorded. I said the bet is man. Come on, man. This bet thing you spoke of, this man didn't fight war with Unimoke.
But I never said that. I never said that.
You didn't fight war with Unimoke. No,
I never said that. I said so. Somebody fighting with Unimoke, and I think we're all educated here. Someone fighting with Unimoke, and someone being alleged to be affiliated with Unimoke does not mean they fought. I never said, right, categorically that he fought. I don't know that to be true. I never said that.
So what your point? Because he got pointed on you. So your point is that, and the level of affiliation, that means yourself there, you are affiliated with one of those warrior factions. Because one day you sat and discussed justifying some of the role they play. So affiliation can be different.
How can you tell a boy who left Liberia since 7 years old, a guy who ran from bullets as baby, that I'm affiliated with? What? No, come on, that's not factual. There have been.
Now you see it. How can you say a man that lived all the time you are in New York, working, going to school?
But listen, I'm telling you, I didn't make that up, right? What I'm saying is there have been allegations about his affiliation.
False allegations.
But that's the thing. He did admit that he has an affiliation by way of his uncle or his nephew, Alachi Kuman. Now that does not mean that he fought during the war.
Exactly, that's my point.
But I did not say that.
And that's my point.
So we agree. And
you want to read like the debate about it? Listen.
But if you still want to go, to bet. Tomalin George,
I won't go to
I'm
the
ready
bet.
I'm ready to wire $20,000 right now. If you still want to go,
people are talking money.
On what?
The man is talking $20,000. Maybe,
but
I see him around.
I can do it right now.
But
you can do it now. I read the ticket.
On what?
I read the ticket.
You bet.
The bet is, the bet is, I said when AB appeared here that I said that AB fought. My contention is that I did not, and I've already.
You see,
now you see that mean I would be on the bed. And I would
I see. I see.
I would be on the bed.
You see the signal. You see the signal. You see the. Tomalin George, welcome, sir.
I hope that I'm Mexican piece of Raul brought by once.
Yeah.
That why
It's good to be back, man.
What's happening? What's happening, King George?
why you put that money that will eat it for you?
What happened, King George? How you doing there, Chief?
I'll eat it free.
Well, I must say thanks, man. Good to see you. Robert been enjoying the fruit of life. You've been enjoying traveling the world on the Royal Caribbean. I mean, I've been watching the guy, man. The boy know how to enjoy life, buddy. I can enjoy you. How you enjoy life, you know? I mean, one left to live, you know?
Absolutely.
You live your life. Enjoy it to the fullest of joy because you know
we need to put how you call it, a retreat, a closing argument retreat.
Robert, organize, Robert. Organize.
I would engage
you. Man, you know how to do this thing. Organize that thing.
No, Mr. Number, you know, you do some
closing argument retreat where on a booth.
There you go.
That's the only thing of the social life.
Yeah, with me, that's it. There. Come on, cigar. That's it. With the hang on, man. With the hang on.
You remember how we did some of that in Minnesota? We did.
Wow.
That's what I'm talking about. I got some real one here from Cuba.
That's what I'm talking about. Yeah.
But gentlemen, listen. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about this reconciliation here.
But let me just make some quickly, right?
Yeah, go ahead.
The president appointed Yami Gbese. Okay. Yami quick Gbese, about this guy. He was born May 3rd, 59 in Gompa City, Nima County. He's associate justice. He's an alumni of the Dolo Memorial School in San Nicolas. He also holds a B certificate in language art and social studies from Kakada Road from KRTTI. And he also holds a Bachelor of Arts in Public Administration from 1988 from Louis Ardor Brown School of Law. He also admitted in 2002 as a counselor at law. He was a teacher at MCSS from 84 to 89, research analyst, foreign affairs from 89 to 90, director of claims and benefits at NASCOP, and he was legal counsel and minister of labor 2001 to 2003, NEC 2003 to 2005, managing partner Tiala Law Associates from 2005 to 2009, legal consultant and minister of justice, relieving judge, Associate Justice 2022 to present, and he was nominated today by President Boagat with Article 54C of the 1986 Constitution. President Boagat nominated Associate Justice Gbese, retired Judge CNN Yo, who turned 60 26th of June. So Gbese will be 66 years old, so he'll be there for 3 years, 11 months. And so Boagat is very calculative. He timed the thing. You know this guy, and then this speak come out in the election that will come 2029. Gbese will be here chairing that bench. So
I come in. So he's 60 what?
66 years old.
66. So when's the birthday?
So,
when his birth month?
He has up to May 10th, 2029 to retire.
Oh, so that means he'll not be there for elections.
No, but listen now, he up to May 10th. So now, but don't forget now, the same law says that in a case that he have it, why? Because he will retire October 10 of court, term of court. You see that? He'll leave the bench October 10 of term of court. Like right now, Justice Yo is there until October, I think, until all cases over, I think. But Boagat said to the Sito Yombly, say, I want to make confirm expeditiously. You see?
Well,
no, but if there'll be a woman, if he confirmed that in the term of court.
And that was a smart move that Boagat made for the fact that Boagat knew that if he had gone outside the Supreme Court, he wouldn't have opportunity to appoint. Now he'll be appointing two persons now on the bench. He already appointed the first person,
three.
You appoint somebody to replace Justice. You appoint somebody to put the justice right now, Justice Gbese. You know,
three.
Yeah. So, but this Gbese guy, you know, we are doing research on him right now. There was a time that he was involving a lot of cases, or cases that people was talking about, and I mean, I know the Senate will see what happens, but people are going to come out a lot of stuff on this guy. Yami Gbese, he's been in the people news for a long time about integrity issues. You know, people can say what they want to say. I think some people defending him because he's from Nima and other stuff, but so for defending him. Somebody who I respect that general said, "Oh, the man," and this is the same man who, when we had nominated this guy, they were critical of it. But the simple now, see, look, the hypocrisy in our politics is so damning. The same people are saying now because he support UUP now, they are praising him now and saying all kinds of stuff. But he will be critiqued, he will be scrutinized. I can tell you, when you go for a nomination, even if they confirm the idea.
No, but for the Sunday part, nothing will happen there too many men.
Bring everything outside because it's a whole deal. And before I end, look, what's happening now? We look at the national budget, right? The budget from 2024 to now. I mean, you know, the people, everything they accuse the Weah administration of, the people are doing worse. They exceeded the amount now in the budget, exceeding the money they're playing with. They exceeded it. The NSA, the NSA, the president will try to order that he stop. They are involved with a lot of stuff through NSA. NSA budget have increased. Why NSA do so much? What were the NSA doing? That the budget have increased. Here's the guy, Yami Gbese. He's our new Chief Justice. Yami Gbese. She's a 6-year-old. Yeah. You're going to take it down. Take it down. We just want to see a picture.
You got to look at Hakoga.
Yeah. This guy, initially, he explained what ultra-virus meant. But then when we look, then when Famuda said he was talking liquor talk, then in the last case with the Supreme Court, he had a dissenting voice. He had a dissenting opinion. And perhaps he did it because of the movement. Who don't know? But again, Boga is in charge. It's his right on the Constitution to appoint the Chief Justice and the Justice of the Supreme Court. And Boga is using his power. And so, and lastly, there's an issue today about the LTA boss. The guy is in the country. He did not travel to Ghana. He never ran away. The man went around to receive his wife today from Mecca and all kind of stuff, you know. So, be careful. Yeah, but I mean, I follow up on it.
But who said he was out of the country?
I saw a post today. People were saying that he was out of the country. He ran away.
Kotoko Airport.
And I want to think about people that can just be rushing to just say they want to make news without understanding details. It's very sad you say
no, but the question was, if you are on an investigation and asked not to leave, how is it possible for you to meet your wife in Ghana?
They did not know he met a woman around you today.
He didn't go to Ghana.
They did not know the Ghana to leave the country when they said that.
But now that's the man is not in, and you see the unfortunate thing about the person like this. If I knew the person
with the investigation.
If I knew the person, I would have been very disappointed. The only person that got right to stop you from traveling out of the country is the court.
The court.
The president of our country can't stop me from traveling out of the country, or none of his officials. Now, it will not be done out of respect. The president says, okay, I don't want you to travel. That will be out of respect, but you say want to join on an investigation. But a competent court of jurisdiction of the court, a court will say to you, the near public republic captain will put on you. The minute you're in court, you have to surrender all of your traveling dossier over to the court until the litigation process can be over. But then someone is suspended. Then you say the person can trial. The man can trial anywhere in the world. He's suspended. The court didn't stop him from going out. He's not charged yet. He was suspended by his boss for malfeasance, and they're investigating the malfeasance. It's quite unfortunate, man. Let's give the establishment, but we should not be sentimental and just bring all kind of nonsense on time and just want
but lastly, this we are about tomorrow is July 1st, right? And I don't know. I want to find out from this 10 guy. They said they're having this protest. July 1st is coming.
July 17th
for the protest, and I want to know what they will carry on the protest. I see an official of the CDC. I know he's jogging and walking.
Okay.
The guy, I don't know whether they feel the guy being preempted and they come and expel him. So he had a mercy. He been writing saying anybody wants. I know he
give me a pressure down. Walking. Hey, man, welcome.
Well, thanks, guys, man. But let's move on, man.
Welcome.
Thank you, John.
Yes. The nephew of Joseph Walker, he says, I am, what you said, he called me, he says, he said, I am a bigot. You are a bigoted bastard man. So don't say he's my uncle and my nephew and this and that. There he goes. That is CDC man. He's a tactician. He's a politician. He's a propagandist. He knows his stuff. But guys, let's go to the reconciliation thing. Somebody said, and I captured this in one post. The person said, you can bury all the folks in Liberia all you want. All I want is for the economy to improve, for me to support my family. If we all can have an economic success on a minimum level, we will reconcile. But as it is, you can bury all you want and have all the pageantry. You are not reconciling with me. My children are not in school. I can't afford to go to work. There's no job. I can't afford to feed my family. There is no reconciliation. So they are looking at it from the economic standpoint. You, Mr. Garguah, your take on that?
Well, I concur a bit, and I agree, because I agree on the basis of this fact that Joseph Boakai came to office, I think, with a mandate, right? And as president, you can walk and chew gum, right? But I think part of his priorities, from our perspective, is kind of all over the place. Because I agree with that person. Joseph Boakai can attempt to reconcile all day. He can suspend all day. Joseph Boakai can have selective justice all day, whatever he does, right? But if that's the only strategy to stay relevant politically, then they would not win come 2029. Because I believe, and again, Liberia is unpredicted, right? When it comes to the voters and what their expectations are. But I believe that at the end of the day, it all boils down to the bread and butter issues. What voters will decide on with regards to, has this government been successful? Is my life better off 6 years today than it was 6 years when Joseph Boakai took office? When George Weah left office as a Liberian, I could not go to the private sector and find jobs. When George Weah left office as a Liberian, I still struggled to send my kids to school. When George Weah left office as a Liberian, we still had a dysfunctioning education sector. As a Liberian, when George Weah left office, we still had Zogos parading the city with no jobs and nothing to do. As a Liberian, we still had security issues. As a Liberian, we still had corruption issues. And so I think the question is, what did Joseph Boakai do that in my own life, I can say there have been some sort of improvement, that I can go and get a job, that I no longer struggle to pay my children's school fees, that I can walk the streets without worrying about my own security concerns, that there are constant electricity in the country, that there are running water in the country. These are the things from our perspective that will matter to a voter. And it makes sense. Whether or not there were state funerals, whether or not suspensions happened, whether or not the former foreign minister was and others were briefly jailed, and come 2029, there's no update, logical update with regards to the case. Whether or not Samuel Twe has been charged, and we're pushing almost 2 years, we've not heard any update. All of these things would not matter. What would matter is the improvement. How has Joseph Boakai policy impacted the lives of the regular Liberian? Not you and I. You and I are privileged Liberians, right? But how has his policy impacted the lives of those people? I think that's what will matter. But what I see happening here, reconciliation is good, and I think Mr. Namwich kind of touched on it a bit. What I see happening here is I think he's pandering to score political points.
let's be honest. Reconciliation is not about scoring political points, Mr. Gay Man. What I see happening is an effort to score political points. I mean, for God in heaven's sake, there were over 250,000 Liberians who died, innocent folks who had nothing to do with the war in Liberia. They were guilty because they were Liberian and because they were affiliated with a particular tribe. They were murdered. After almost 20-something years, government after government, and this is not limited to Joseph Boakai, there have been no effort made to ensure that these families had justice. There have been no accountability. There have been no acceptance of wrong by the perpetrator of wars. In fact, we've rewarded them with jobs. In fact, we're giving them the biggest paycheck in the country. In fact, they live better lives than the very people who suffered during the war. Today, many of them did not have their days in court, but they are being given state funerals. What president, what leader would ensure that those families who they don't have a household name in Liberia, but who will ensure that they too get justice? When will we give them the kind of funeral that they? So all of this stuff that's happening, and I want to restrain myself because I have tremendous respect for the children of Samarkand. I'm very close to Sue. I've always said that she's my sister. Okay, I know some folks in the top. People who were affected, I think justice should happen in the court of law. Not all of this reconciliation with none of this stuff really matters to me. Reconciliation starts with acceptance of wrong and accountability in the court of law, where people are held accountable for the crimes they committed. I haven't seen that 20-something years later. So how can we now say that we're reconciling the country only because a few big names in the country are not being recognized by the president? Like the Torgbeans and the Does and the rest of the folks. Until a president starts to ensure that all of these no-name families get justice in the court of law, and all of those who played integral roles in the destruction of our country and the innocent lives lost, I have no applause to give you.
Absolutely, thank you, Ahmed.
Yeah.
We are on the reconciliation, but you can. I know you're walking, so you're taking care of your health. You can cherry pick on any of the issues that we discussed earlier.
Yeah. Actually, I was not able to follow, but I came on and listened to Tomalin giving a list of different issues. Okay. But particularly before going to that, I thought I should address a very important question he raised with regard to the protests that happens in 16 days from now.
Okay.
It is unfortunate in my view that many of us, even on this show, in the opposition community, we raise issue with the Boakai government in terms of how it's managing the country, how it's running the country. We identify all of the flaws, all of the challenges. We identify how, in fact, Boakai is now assuming unto himself a king title as opposed to being an elected president, pretending as if to say instead of being a governor, he's the owner of the state. We register these things. But unfortunately, what I noticed, we have a national protest being called that at least we will stand up to say to Boakai, hey, you are the governor, but you are not the owner. We stand up to Boakai to say, fundamentally, you cannot, and we do that so that we set a precedent that you cannot ignore, violate the Supreme Court's ruling and think it's okay. We must stand up to that so that eventually it sends a message to future president that no, you can enjoy that. But not a single member of the opposition wants to openly, effectively endorse the protest. And I don't think I don't think in my view, it contradicts the many press releases, they coming on talk show. No. If you really do believe that this man is actually not managing the country the way it should be, I think it's a civil responsibility to join in solidarity with protests openly. Parker and Kwame and other guys did it to the CDC. It's not one of things there, but they had thought that it was important to register with themselves included to the CDC government that, hey, what you do is wrong. And so we think as a people, we must demonstrate that. Now, there are reports we have gathered that the Parker government intend to be brutal with the protesters. I would think these opposition leaders, from George Weah to Musa Belete and Kwame, I would think their presence there, even if symbolic, will provide a shield against the people, of the young people who will be on the street. Because most of the time, these young people take the bullet. They are not a beneficiary of whatever government going to produce, but they are going to take the bullet to be there. And so I will be damned. I'll be disappointed if out of all the noise you have heard, the press releases, the condemnation, if none of these guys will come. Now, I am aware that behind the scene they do give call, we support, they do give this call. No, you cannot quietly support the protest and you do not want to publicly endorse it. And I don't think that's right. And after that, some of us will judge. And now with regard to the protest, I think it's of course the momentum is there, but to the extent that Baba has said to me, because I'm trying to go there, I have a doctor appointment for assessment coming up on the 9th, hopefully to get a green light that I can travel for at least a week, and then I will fly into Moravia, hopefully around the 15th to be part of it. And I just hope that assessment gets positive. Close to 150 Liberians in the United States have purchased tickets. They are going to be part of it. But to the extent of the commitment, Molo is prepared if it means that he alone.
I know big boys can be walking on the evening talking about catching their flight.
That's right.
No, that's a commitment to the process, bro. But yeah.
Let me say this, right? And I'm not speaking on behalf of the CMC, but I can tell you this. First of all, there is a process to organize this process. I don't believe the CMC has been contacted in any way or shape or form to invite us to this protest. Now I get it. We are opposition, but there is a process. We're not going to be used. But let me finish. We're not going to be used. While you're organizing the protest, some of your members are antagonizing some members of the opposition, and that's bullshit, if I should say so. You cannot be telling us publicly your guys are putting me in every day. You're sticking the forking, and you want to bastardize our effort. We're not going to come if that's what, because they tell us you're trying to use us, and then when you finish, you're going to toss us. I will vote if the CMC were to call for a vote to go and join the protest. I would take a no vote because of the conduct of some of the organizers of the protest.
Okay, so let me say this. You see, the protest is not meant to validate a political party. I'm saying a CNC, well, when I say, look, we think that government has violated the rule of law. Care less of what we will stand up to register that symbolic opposition to that aspect. Even the lawyers of the Supreme Court, I would think they should join the protest because they are agents, they are officers of the court that have been violated. I would think everybody from different perspective should join the protest, not necessarily because perhaps you agree with the organizer approach, but because you do know that there are ills in our country and we want to register now. Why is it important that we do this now and we do it loud and very strongly? It's because we do not know the consolidation of power by the brother. We don't know where it will go. Like there is a gradual perception being built up that these people don't think they are governors of the country, but they are owners of the country. You are seeing that in gross violation of many different things, traditional things that have never happened before. I'm saying, look, if ANC was CMC said, look, on the day of the protest, to expect that we also do not support some of these, we assemble our party headquarters as a sign of rejection. I would think the CDC, because the idea is that the protest that is part of a political party. That is why you have people like Isaac Jackson, Mobile Molu, who of course have no political party, direct political party affiliation, and but I'm saying to us, we cannot every day come on different networks, issue press releases, condemning government action. And when the time comes, we only expect others to put themselves at the forefront. I'm saying if these guys can provide symbolic support, it provide a louder message. Everywhere, even to the that says, even though Joseph Boyga violated the Supreme Court, but a majority of Liberia don't think it was right, and they didn't say so properly. So that's why I would say on the issue of the protest, we are going to observe in the next 16 days to see whether people who speak against us are able to break the stone. And when I say that, I'm not referring just to CMC, I'm referring to the general opposition community who has heard that they think Boyga is on the wrong path. There's an opportunity on July 17, on July 17 to register that. So that is for it. With regard to the Supreme Court, we predicted that Bese would have been the one nominated or not. I remember asking how could it have been a jury of conflicting opinions, and people thought that was a little too harsh. But yeah, I mean, he's from what I've noticed from the legal community, he's a respected judge. The thing he understands, he has a lot of experience. But I think his own role in recent times gave reason for those of us who are not lawyers and don't understand the technicality in that area to question whether he's a judge who will be firm on his decision. So with that, we leave it considering that the president enjoys such right granted by the Constitution, But the truth is that what is important in the next 16 days, I would say to every Liberian who believes, regardless of whether, in fact, even some people in the rescue mission who believe that the government is off track, it will be an opportunity for us to register that. Is that a government change action we hope to take up on July 17th? It is one that says to the international community that what is happening in the country, the majority of Liberians do not agree with it. And also to say to the president, look, Mr. President, you were elected to do X, Y, Z. We have come to remind you to continue on our path. And so we hold the opposition community, we hold those people who register that disappointment in the government, we will observe them, and we'll call on the Liberian people to observe those who will not stand up with them on July 17th, only become people of showmanship, people who issue press releases, people who get told blah, 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 but are not able to embrace and stand up for anything. Today, Kofa was put in jail along with other young people who were accused for burning the capital. Those people still linger in jail. And you guys are also, it's about time that we combine these efforts. Those of permanent status and the other people. Other than that, look, you have just elevated and killed Joe Boyga there another 6-year term.
Thank you. Pewee, here we are. Even though we have one commonality, right? But those of us who have been part of protests in the past, real big protests, at least the organizers were going from party to party, talking to the key opposition people and bringing their tacticians together, and they're doing it. It wasn't, this is my protest, this is our protest. It was always collectively done, okay? You don't just say, because we dislike this guy, so let us come on and do it. No, it doesn't work that way. There's a process here. If I need Pewee's association, I go to him personally and say, I need your support. Bring your expertise. Bring your men along. Let's do this.
And that is the process that I was talking about.
Yeah, you can't do it for the peripheral. So Pewee, talk to us about...
Let me provide this information. I'm sure will help you as you respond to the quick information. I am saying almost all of the leaders of the opposition, almost all, have behind the scene provided endorsement, encouragement to the protest. I'm saying at this time, it's time to move from calling, they do. No. It's about time to show that fact that also include the likes of Edwin Smith, all of them. You understand? So I'm not saying they are not called to give encouragement or this kind of a behind the scenes support. No, it must go beyond that. That is the point I'm making.
And I agree with your. You want to say something?
Yeah, just quickly before you come in. Listen, I mean, you know, I think the issue here is, and I agree with you that we talk about this issue. We talk about how Barca has violated the Constitution. We talk about all of these things, and then when it's time to stand up, you know, only a few people stands up. But I think the problem here is, you know, and I stand corrected, but I don't know if you agree with me that I think that when you are putting together such a protest, you've got to make sure that all of the key voices of the protest understand what the true meaning of this protest and the objective of the protest. For me, I've always had problem with the fact that you appointed, and I have tremendous respect for the guy. He's one of the you know, long-term serving journalists in town, and one of our own panelists here. But I think that he's conflicted. I said this jokingly, but a lot of people share this view. You cannot have a guy who thinks that Joseph Boakai did not violate any law, that the House of Representatives did not violate any law with regards to the unconstitutional removal of the speaker, only because of a personal vendetta with this guy, and still think that people should understand the objective of the protest. I've said the protest is conflicted because you not you necessarily, but you have people or the chief spokesman of the protest still doesn't agree that the government violated any law. So what are we protesting against? What are we protesting for, Sylvester? If we have people who are integral part of the protest, still don't think that the government violated any law only because they don't agree with the speaker. You don't have to agree with the speaker to understand that the government have blatantly violated the Constitution and the laws. But your chief spokesman don't believe that. So if I'm a Liberian who wants to see a true protest and send a message to the government against the Constitution, I can't with a clear mind be a part of that protest, because there are voices and key voices of the protest who disagrees that this government has violated laws.
Absolutely. So here's what I would push for that. And I think if you know the entire planning process for this protest, if the opposition camp is conflicted and something that I believe divided on the way to go, I agree with the last point Ahmed's track that the opposition leaders should go beyond doing outside endorsement of the behind the scene endorsement of the protest to come and exhibit open support to the protest in terms of mobilizing folks for the protest. First and foremost, I had some concerns about this protest. I thought there was some sinister motive behind the scene in terms of the way folks were gathering towards the mobilization of this issue. Now, in amalgamating forces from all sides to protest in the country, what first and foremost does the president performance require protestation? That's the first thing we have to ask ourselves. Now, is the president violation of the Constitution of Liberia got the proclivity of undermining the Constitution and the national security of the country? That's another major question we should ask ourselves. Is those that are behind organizing this protest, is it meant for public theme? Is it meant for them to project their character in terms of saying, okay, we did organize this and we're trying to get some public notoriety in this process? Is it meant for that? So the reason why I'm afraid that close to the protest, we're almost 2 weeks to the protest now. Tomorrow is the 1st of July. And folks are still heavily divided behind the scene as to what is going to be the middle. So what's the major reason folks are going to push for all the forces to come out and give a kind of a warning signal to this government that the people of this country are fed up the way you govern the country, fed up the way you are trying to blatantly violate the rule of law and all of those. So it should be, and Mr. Nambe says something that is also profound here. The issue is not about blame shifting. The blame game is too much here. You don't seem to want to target certain political institutions and say they don't want to be part of this. If you did that, you're going to be isolated. And if you were to push these kind of a protest stations in the room, in that kind of a realm, I'm afraid you're not going to get the requisite results here given. So I think from the perspective of our own political orientation, whatsoever line we all want to sit and face, we have to be realistic to say the intent of this is meant to push the interest of the Liberian people that day. But if there's no reason whatsoever, I would think because this is going to be the beginning of the opposition not even coming together. If you don't come up with a cohesive and organized voice, this is going to show some strength. Because if they protest, any attempt of the protest to fail, you're going to embody the current leadership, and you're going to, the president will move to say is a result that he's doing a lot of good job. And most people will tend to agree with that. So there's no need to protest. It's better. Now, listen, we saw a woman, somebody shared something in the chat room. I didn't really activists comment on that, but I saw serious or something, but I thought that was very awesome, and I will move to say myself would join that. The woman basically sobbed. She started sobbing, right? Because she had a water market. I call it a water market there, right?
Yes.
Yeah, water market. I would call water market in the blood, right? Water market. You had bitter cola and all the other things, lime, all the things. The woman said her bitter cola, she took loan, said paid out what they call loan of $40,000 bitter cola. And she's saying one bitter cola for $100 Liberian. That woman was sobbing, Robert. So I hope I said kind of line. I told her, I told somebody to tell her, I would tell Robert, he said that he betting with that 20K, you want to wire. Maybe you can hear you saying 250 or 300, I help the woman. Now, Tomalin, you got to tell Robert the
no, but I don't mind investing.
Yeah, so I don't want you bet me so you send that money for the one. So I would think myself looking for somebody to send to her. So you can just
I don't mind.
On the 20K
on our behalf.
But the woman, you saw the woman yesterday crying the way sitting she don't even know how to go for children in school. No, I felt very, very much because myself, I'm a son of a market woman, right? And we didn't go, our mother didn't go that line back in the 80s when she saw the radical market and all of things. But what I'm trying to say to you here is that the focus of the protestation? Or are we doing this for political grandstanding? And that is where I would vehemently oppose anyone whatsoever that would try to politicize this issue rather than seeking the interests of the Liberian people that are going through a difficult daily rigor on a daily basis, that I find it very difficult to find a food for their kids and send them to school, while other people are not trying to politicize this to gain on their sweat. If that's the reason of the protest, trust me, any protest, I think it's going to fail. But if the reason meant to just push the interest of the people, everybody should come together. All hands should be on deck to see what the reason is doing those things. So that's why I'm
yeah. So Pewee, let me provide you. Let me provide you this.
One minute. Let
me provide this other information so that Pewee could close on it. Anybody, now listen. When the issue of the Supreme Court happened, you will remember that all of the political party opposition parties had assembled at the ANC head office, vowed a political protest and opposition to the government's approach. All stand knowing that perhaps people were speaking on emotion and knew that, look, what is happening requires a lot of investigation and time. Announced a protest on that day for 2 months. 2 months preparation. So what I'm saying now, what happened to the opposition position that they took a few months ago at ANC office? How has that changed? What has improved? What different that now they want to know whether this protest called them in or they announced the protest, they announced it first. Whether they want creating some showmanship,
no,
they announced it in the presence of the world at ANC office. They did that. So what we are saying with regard to objective, it's clear. It's not nobody wants showmanship, nobody wants something. Most of the people who are leading the project have already created their own political relevance for a long time. But it's more than that. Look, on July 17th, you know who you're going to see down there? You're going to see students, you're going to see motorbike riders, you're going to see ordinary Liberians. So the question I asked myself, where are the political leaders? Who holler? Is it because they are not now on the giving seat on the table?
Quick question.
Okay.
So why?
One minute, Garguah, 1 minute. Mr. George, here we are here. One of the organizers of the lead person of this protest is in our chat room. I'm talking about my young brother, Torgbean, organizing and embarrassing and I'm talking about being straight out disrespectful to one of the political leaders. I'm talking about Musa Bility. Everywhere he's thrown this guy, everywhere he goes, he hears this man disparaging remarks about somebody that he needs in the coalition. How do you, as a leader, spokesperson, the face of a political rally, does this to somebody you need? What does this say to the rest of the folks?
Well, first of all, let me say this. You know, the protest. You know, I think the issue of protest against this government is long overdue, for the fact that there have been a lot of things the government has done that the issue of protest should have been forefront. President Weah took power 2018, but 2019 they had the biggest protest in our country against him. And from that protest, if you can recall, people will tell you, from that protest of the COP protest, Garguah got resurrected politically. Before that time, the likes of Patrick Horner, Mo Ali, all the guys, they were pushing towards Mr. Cummings. Make no mistake, they were all trying to go towards Mr. Cummings. They saw him as an alternative now to 2023 to challenge the CDC government. They were all connected to him, and they all can tell you, even Martin Colley, all the guys, if all the guys can tell you, if they can come out and take a large data test, they never benefited from coming financially. Then I want to ask them, then I know, then they go with talking. But at that time they all were involved with in our protest, and it was from that protest that Garguah got resurrected politically. It was from that protest that DeLong decided to take the gamble. So let me run for Senate, and how DeLong got elected today. So the thing with the protest is that, and I will tell you the truth, I've been knowing Molu for more than 2 decades. Molu is a great mobilizer. I was just telling somebody last night, I think today, as if, but Molu, I'm not really showing the person he is to mobilize people for his protest. Because as by now, I see Molu on all the various platforms making the case for this protest. But and the problem the 10 guys are facing, they are not. I know he been in the streets, he been going from county to county, trying the community to get it mobilized, but they are not like as compared to the CDC the COP protest. You saw Costa, you saw all the guys, they were involved, they were on the forefront, mobilizing, and the protest where ECOWAS came in all. The European Union they came in and wanted to talk to them, and the guys were determined. They said, we're not going to listen to y'all. We're going to have this protest. The government should provide protection. And honestly, that protest brought CDC government to their knees. Had it not been for something that happened along the way, CDC government was, because trust me, they were even warned. They said, look, the U.S. government warned, said, look, if you guys cannot control this thing by tomorrow, in 48 hours, maybe the military will come in, because we're not allowed the country to go into chaos at that time. But luckily for CDC government, something happened, and the protest guys, then just calmed down, and they missed them, honestly. So this issue with the protest, political parties should not be, I don't think they should even ask them, honestly. Because let me tell you guys what's happening. Garguah have pushed the button with the opposition already. He tried them with a tender position, they surrender. He tried them with the removal of the speaker, they surrender. They tried them with the Supreme Court decision, they surrender. So they've been testing the opposition resolve, but these people are weak. So we'll continue to push the button. And like I said, I wrote the chart, I said, I think the only hope now, maybe the protest, July 17 protest to put the government to their knees. But other than that, if the politicians waiting for the guys then to come and beg them to go on, I think they're making a mistake. Because tell you what will happen. The Unity Party is in full control of the country. The judiciary is under control, which is the Supreme Court, the legislature under control, and the executive under control. They are in full control, and they're going to continue to mobilize, continue to strengthen their resolve, their strength, their grip on this government. Come to the extent where they appoint NEC commissioner will be appointed by next year. They appoint entire NEC commissioners, and they were just going to continue to push it. And because the opposition have shown that they are weak, all they believe in is press statement. All they do, they have done since the government took over. They are not even paying attention and say, look, if you do this thing, we'll challenge you. We'll go. We'll get to the streets. Like what happened in other countries we're seeing. But so right now, I don't think it's look the issue about somebody being disrespectful to a political leader. I think it's I see it as a personal issue there. I don't consider it to be something that is a personal issue. The personal issue. These two guys come from they didn't come from the parties. The political party from the same party. They continue to go on, and they've been doing it. So I mean, the party can speak and defend it. It's up to them. But honestly, I don't think it should strangulate the protest the people got, because if these guys succeed in a protest, they succeed in a protest when it become a national have a seat at the national table. The opposition put out that online protest didn't take part. They will come to regret it. They'll say the guys who are taking part in the protest, like you saw what happened. So people protest, all the opposition leaders, majority of them were involved in that protest. Even President Barker, they all were involved. And all of that protest was successful. So I don't think a personal issue with somebody should be put on the national stage. I'll tell you the truth. I'm honest with you.
I think what Gilman is saying though is that, and it goes back to what each of us are saying. If you have a personal vendetta, if you have a personal issue with a particular political party that is needed on board to a major protest against the government, then that person who is conflicted because of his personal issues with key members of the opposition should not be appointed chief spokesman of that protest. Because what it does is, if you continue if the chief spokesman of the protest continues to attack the political leader on a personal level of a political party, you begin to have supporters of that party look at the protest in a different way, right? And so strategically, I may just talk about faces that are expected to be seen at the protest, students, motorcyclists. Then the question that I ask is, why were these faces not appointed as voices of the protest? I think that would have been a better strategy if you ask me. It didn't have to be Togal or anyone else that appears to be conflicted with regards to the aim and the objective of the protest. Togal, not only is he attacking other political figures, he does not agree with key issues that have been raised, not only by the protest stand, but by members of the opposition party, especially with regards to the rule of law. We all know, whether you agree with this president or not, they violated the Constitution and the rule of law. This is a serious issue with regards to governance. So how can you have the chief spokesman who share a contrary opinion about that? I mean, you can't send those kinds of messages. This is the reason why I think this protest have not picked up the kind of momentum that the protest organized by COP did. The protest organized by COP, they had a clear objective, and all of the key voices within that protest were very clear across the board. They were very clear. This is a different protest.
Robert. There was no clearly defined protest except that the target was defined. Cummings had a different COP, people in Union Party have been attacking Cummings all along, vice versa. But they had a clear defined target. The target was to put a demi on the real government. They are united by that commonality. So what I'm saying to you, you don't need nothing more than the fact that there are wrongs that have been committed, and what makes this wrong dangerous is that it has the proclivity to drop the country backward down. Nothing more that you need to understand that the president, even Donald Trump with his arrogance, will not choose to defy the Supreme Court of the United States. The president did it. Do you know what president that said? Let's eat the broadcast. No, I'm coming.
No, one of the leaders of the protest supported the president's action. You know that.
I'm coming now. Listen. Everybody will go to the protest seeking different things that they wish to express to the president. All I'm saying is that we cannot allow these our displeasure to the protest. For example, the protest organizer named more than 14 counts. There is a possibility that I could only support the protest just because of one count. Some people support for 2, 3. For example, the Better Boys rallies. They may not be going to the protest of the complicated of violation of Supreme Court. They are going there because they thought that money was taken from them for Hamas. money was taken from them for insurance, money was taken from them for different things, and they are now being denied their rights to participate, being denied. So they will go there for that. The people in the market will go to protest because they think that food prices have gone so much higher. So I'm just saying to you that we cannot have it both ways. We cannot claim that the government is doing the worst ever. We cannot claim that what the government is doing is something we do. We dislike. We cannot call at night to tell Molly, look, we think what you do is the right thing, but we will not want to stand up to show that yes, indeed. I'm saying that's one too. I'm also saying that partisans of the different opposition parties will be on the line on the 17th. They will go to protest. The government is threatening to kill, to shoot, to kill. I'm saying it is time that these opposition laws provide a shield of protection. The persons will provide that shield. Let them not sit in the cover of their home to be able to say this, that. For me personally, if that becomes the case, then it will say to me, as Tomalin said, that they are not serious. They are not able to walk the walk. Talking the talk is not sufficient because it is not clear that the Garguah government is not moved by our press releases. They are not even moved by our talk show. How do they respond to our talk show that provide critical analysis? They open their own. How do they respond when the speaker, when there is a violation of the speaker, they say they ignore the Supreme Court? How do they respond when people in King George decide to protest because foreign minds, they shot and killing somebody? So it has gone beyond all, and as somebody rather put it, the buttons have been pushed until they see the next election before we go to register what is happening. So we need to ignore these things. Whoever, as long as, listen, Bida will only provide contradiction of himself. If he says he is supporting whoever that's on it, but the protest about his key family says the rule of law, and yet he joined that protest, committed to it, how legitimate, then it left with him. But the point I'm making here is this, and particularly because I'm convinced that the honor Labrador will show up. I'm saying to those people who are leaders of the opposition, who registered this agreement, who vowed at ANC headquarters that there was time to stand up to the Garguah government. If they fail to stand up and think that because they will make calls at night, they say, oh, support the protest, that is sufficient, we said no. We said that's cowardice. They must stand up. They must put their faces there. They must march. They must endorse the protest. Cummins did it before. Garguah did it before. US did it before because they thought at the time the citizen government proceeding wrongly and they needed to register that. It wasn't just a constant call for protest. No, it was those political leaders braving the storm. The citizen government would have reacted with brutal force. They didn't care. They didn't mind the status. They thought it was important. I'm saying the same should be repeated today. Other than that, then there's a waste of time of these people coming and talking and giving press releases. I think my brother Pewee will agree with me in that.
Mr. Nambe, during some of the biggest and the most powerful protests of all time, when Barker Matthew had Deacon Collar as the main person, we knew that Powell and Moja had a friction, but Deacon Collar was the hinge pinch, right? He was not insulting the Moja folks that were the Sawyers and the Tipote. They never did those. Whatever they had the differences were, it was squashed, and they had a unity of purpose. I'm saying to my young brother here that the person that is that engine, if that person is conflicted on basically every angle, it is impossible to say that the likes of Musa Bilele should walk with you when you know that this man, you will need him as a shield. And then you broke the shield, and how do you put the shield? This is what I'm trying to let my brother know, that listen, if you will need all of these folks, whatever it is that we have, we put them aside for now and make this to work. But as we were speaking yesterday, in fact today, the young man who is the spokesperson for the organization was
correction, he is not a spokesman.
Today.
Correction, please. He is not a spokesman. The spokesman, yeah, but correction, the spokesman of the press, Isaac Jackson.
But he didn't be the hold on.
Let me
end. No, let me end.
The communication director.
A lot of time. We need to talk to. Even if this man is a sweeper.
Gentlemen, we should not be bad. Okay, you're sorry. I beg you, you're sorry. You're not going for a protest. We beg you. Look, that God-based step should not be equivalent to the sins of the Garguah government. We cannot do that, gentlemen. That man be the best step should not be equivalent to that, Joe. Our life, our country future on the line. So I apologize.
That's why when you are hiring for folk to represent you, you know you got to put your best foot forward. Mr. Namwe, that's why I'm telling the young folk, they don't understand that perception is everything.
PMC should not be on record of trying to honor people.
Oh, there you go. There you go. There you go. You see, you talk about people telling you talk about telling the truth. We are families, right? We are washing our clothes. We are talking about washing our clothes behind closed door, and you are saying we shouldn't do it. Victor, from there, let's go.
I was also going to say these kinds of protests, they are preceded by strategic sessions. Absolutely. You have to have a strategy and approach. How are you going to put thousands of people in the streets? We don't know your strategy for crowd control. We don't even know if you're arranging for tear gas, to neutralize tear gas. All of these things are supposed to be discussed at meetings. You never invite us to a meeting. You get up, you issue a press release, you say we should come and support you. We're not little kids. We're not just going to run behind you because you're organizing a protest. We have to have a say in how the protest is going to be executed. You haven't given us any strategy session. We need to sit down. Who are the planners? We have to also be recognized as leaders of the protest. We're not just going to support you. This is a political process. At the end of the day, credit will go out to people. We got to have some too.
And people, when you are ready to die, because like you said, the president said, the army say, or the police say they are willing to shoot and kill. And we know this for the fact because Namwe and I, when we were kids, we were part of some protest and people got killed.
Yeah,
so
but
this thing is for real.
But
you get the end of this for granted. Sorry, Robert.
Go ahead.
You get the end of this for granted.
The ordinary people will take it for granted.
You got know what I'm saying. You have to have strategy sessions. You got to also have various routes. Organize yourself. Who's coming from where? Everybody cannot come from the same direction. Some people may be coming from Freeport, Raleigh, or whatever. We meet at a Sunday locale. Then you got to tell us what is the end game of this protest. We don't know what it is. We're not just going to come out and just denounce. What is it that we want to attain as a result of this protest?
Mr. Nagwe raised a good point, but then that was the problem I'm having with the stand guys, because by now you would have seen. And you should be on various platforms. If you go to Spoon, go to FOL, go to TCA, be all over the place. Be making your case, and at the time with COP, Costa had a platform. So a platform here, Costa Show was a big platform, but they weren't only that place. They were all over the place. DeLons, the likes of Ben Sanvee, Costa, Stephen Jones, the Fadika brothers, Lofa Julius, all the guys, they were all around making the case, and the program was successful. And my thing is that if the protest is not successful, if it's a post showing, then you know that the guys behind the protest, their whole organization would just look at them to be they look at them differently. And then too, if it's successful too, those who did not partake, people will see them, they'll say, well, these guys they won't have that seat at the table. But I think that they should do more. I know you got Stephen, you got Isaac Jackson, you got Molu, you got Lofa Julius, you got Toga, all the guys there, they should be active. And instead of Toga just going back and forth I think he should be up there making a case too, going from place to place, go on Spoon, go on other platform, wherever you want to go. TCA open, and you make your case, but you guys are not really doing it, and there are people are losing.
And also too, I agree 100% with Mr. Nutley though. Every protest, and I think you're very smart enough to agree with this. Every protest have a strategy. Every protest have a strategy. You talk about the government intention to shoot people. I don't think that the government in its heart wants this sort of negative story out that her security forces shot at peaceful protesters. I don't think the one. What is
they did it before?
They did it before, but you know what's happening now? Like Tomalin said, they've done it before. What are some of the actions taken, right? Other than just press conferences by the opposition party. And I agree with Tomalin. When you have a bully until you smack that bully in the face publicly, that bully will continue to poke the bear. Until you send a message that I'm not the one to be played with, people will continue to play with you. It's not just a bullying situation. The fact of the matter is, the Unity Party, these are not stupid folks. We know these guys. Some of them are our friends. They're not stupid. They continue to poke the bear because they understand that, like Tomalin said, on all of the business, everything that has happened, the opposition have not acted. They've done nothing about it. In fact, what they've done, they've conceded. They've thrown the red flag on every account. Look at what happened in Kinjo. What have the opposition done about it, other than just press conferences, Facebook posts, and all of these things? Doesn't make it right. It doesn't make it right. The reason why Unity Party is getting away with it, because those who are charged to hold the Unity Party feet to the fire are not doing anything about it. Either they're scared, either they don't want good trouble. I don't know what it is. But even the major CDC, I've said that publicly. What have they done? The major opposition political party. Who are the voices of the CDC right now? We don't know. And so, in as much as we want folks to get in the streets to protest, we've got to make sure that we're sending students out there with some sort of plan. What if they are attacked by the government? What is the plan to combat that? What is the plan to? I mean, this protest does not seem to have any.
Gentlemen.
1 second, let me let this know. This protest does not seem to have any major plan, Ahmed. And until you still have time. I want this protest to be successful, not only because I want Stan to elevate. I don't want this protest to be successful because I don't agree with the president. I want this president to succeed. But the steps, the things that the president have done, the things that government have done, it doesn't point to anything that will make them succeed. But we, the political parties, the political voices, have done nothing to hold this government feet to the fire. And until you guys put in place a strategy, come on this platform. Why has Molu not shown up yet to talk about this protest and some of what you guys plan to do? Why has he not shown up yet? Go ahead.
Okay, but you see, listen. First of all, I find it very disingenuous that people, will sit on a platform to think that those of us who are leading the protest will not evolve a strategy, will not evolve an objective, and rather will just be on a coordinating. First of all, I tell you, I come in, wait for me. We'll bring 20 years experience.
Hearing that you're leading the protest.
We'll bring 20 years experience to this game. So is that correct, people? These are not amateurs that just talk about protest. That's 1, 2. I'm saying, first of all, I'm talking to your conscience, to your own rightfulness that says what is happening in the country does not require even a strategy, neither does it require a plan for you as a Liberian to get vexed with what is happening in your country in the first place. That's 1. 2, because we are that kind of use of heavy social media approach, that in any way undermines the project's strength. The PM, when Paul launches projects, they didn't use Facebook. And we're using that traditional method. Look, yesterday, you should have seen the turnout in the last in the 5th district that was something in the 30th district. The people themselves hosting meetings around the country, and we thought that's our approach. We thought that the best approach is to go to the people who are being affected. Now, with regard to plans and strategy, most of your political leaders, I say it again, I challenge them. Most of them are aware of it. Most of them have been discussed.
What are your top 3 demands from the government come July 17? What are your top 3 demands from the government in presenting to them your grievances? And I know Sylvester wants to come in. Tell us your top 3 demands from the government in your presentation of grievances of the government come July 17. We don't know. Are these things secret?
And then why you got to do secret?
So what are your top 3 demands from the government?
Well, 1, we think the government
demands from the government.
Listen now, you ask me a question, I'll answer you. A large part of our focus has been on the issue of the rule of law. We think that the government have violated that, and that causes action. That's 1, 2. We also think that the government arrested the 8 million that was given to the FRB bank on the basis that they pay it back. We think that was a collusion between Braga former campaign sponsor. We think that money should be paid back. Those are some of the demands. Those are some of the demands. You keep on the platform, you talk about it, and the central bank pay LRB $10 million because the man sponsor Broker campaign is down. We said no, we elevate that. We demand a Broker must pay that money back to the Liberian people. That money must be paid back. That's part of the demand. You know what I'm saying? So let me go back to the issue. The point I'm trying to say to you and perhaps to the leaders of the opposition is that you have said these things over and again. You are on record of condemning the Broker government. You told the Liberia people that where the country is going is fearful. You said all of these things. This is the moment that we must stand up. Now you try to say, okay, if you think there's a need for strategy, if you think there's a need for agenda, provide one. But do not self-supply, do not disengage, do not put your hands between your legs and say, oh, because no, if you think you have better ideas, then engage. But I'm saying to you, Robert, maybe not you as a person, but all of your opposition leaders, political figures, all of them have had one-on-one conversation. Things about the problem have been laid bare in front of them. None of them have raised opposition to it. In private, they have supported it. They supported, but I'm saying to you now, at this point, we can no more think backdate channel support is sufficient. People like ourselves who are, if we can come publicly to support it, we think they themselves should do it. So basically, that is the answer of our conversation today. It does not mean that we are telling them for the first time. They are aware from day one to day two. But and many of them provided backdoor support. But we are saying at this point in time, it's important because this issue is not a political issue or political party or stand issue. It's an issue that affects the country. That's why the protest is called enough is enough, at least at once. And what makes it even more important, which I'll close with, is this. If we do not stand up to say this is not sufficient, look, I'm telling you, all of Broker Lassie, the next government that will take over, will do worse. And that will be the justification. Didn't Broker do it before? Didn't Broker do it?
Right now, NCDC did it before. But hasn't come back.
So that's the point, gentlemen. Let us ignore all these things, embrace the protest. In fact, there's a cash app link. I ask those of you in the United States who will not be able to attend, please provide support so that we can get water and food for the children who will be on the support.
Ahmed, are you going back? Are you going back to Liberia?
I have a medical assessment on the 9th. I hope it will clear me. Or if that happens, I should be leaving on the 15th.
Excuse me, you give. When you're not going to say,
the hasn't been well.
I rather pray. Even Mano said to me, that he doesn't
want medical ready. Next thing the doctor say, I should try.
Mano have asked me not to come. He said he doesn't think my head will allow it.
So you find a real room.
I said, Manu said, but I don't think I already got my ticket. I got my ticket before I informed my doctor that I was taking a trip. And then they said, okay, come over on the 9th and let's see. Maybe the point, you know, when you're going showing the other one each song. So maybe you just want to do that. And I'm sure I'll be
big boy. That is good and fair.
I'll be allowed to go.
See you. But here's what I would say. Is the protest day, because first and foremost, the leader of the protest, some of the leaders, let me put it that way, or the leader, the so-called leader of the protest, first have different agenda. And Mr. Nami said the business strategy, I don't think we've been saying one, right? But the leader of the protest was talking about Waka step down. So what is the motive here? Is this step down?
No. There's not for regime change. No. There's not put up a regime change. No, we are not. We are not.
Yeah, I come in. So are you trying to distance from the statement made by Moba Modu?
See the conflicting part?
No. Manu did not say Waka should step down.
No, he said.
Manu said no. Manu said no.
Right? He retracted.
No, he didn't retract. Listen, I am also a composition of most of these statements. Most of his statements, Manu don't go talk. He released statements. Manu said that the protester will remain in the position until Broker can provide answers to their grievance.
He didn't read a post. He didn't read a social media post.
Broker himself.
No, they have your honest here. I do support the line. I'm on the side of the opposition. But if we are conflicted and we don't have a clear agenda, for me, that's a lost cause.
The agenda is clear. Do not allow
Molu stated, probably now you want to help your friend to retract his statement. But he clearly stated that broadcast, and that there were a lot of people were confused at the time. It is a broadcast step down campaign.
I challenge that information, Pewee.
No, don't challenge it.
I challenge that information. If you show evidence of that statement of Molu saying broadcast should step down, I will step away from the protest immediately.
He did.
I take that challenge.
If I prove that you cancel the data appointment, you cancel the data appointment.
No, it's not to me the data appointment. I could be in a country, but I could not.
No, you have to go on the trip. You have to go.
No, but Pewee, that's not joke. Molu does not just statement and represent a Molu view.
Molu said that. Molu said that. He said that.
But Sylvester, you want a man to die? Why you want a man to go to a doctor?
No, you're not that. Come on, baby.
I don't go to a doctor appointment every other 3 months. It's just that the 3 months are not rich, and I want to leave for Liberia.
No, let me be fair. I'm mad lazy in Liberia. Just because of his health, he came back.
Yeah, I should be on the front of that. I should be in the front of this. I should be in the front. The only reason why I got 2 overplus active in it because of the role I hold in CDC as a vice chair. So I didn't want the impression to be given that it is a CDC protest because the protest is not political. So that is why I am not taking up any active position of title instead in a protest. But I support the protest as a Liberian citizen. I believe Waka is on the wrong path because I also had the experience of being around government, understand government, the news power. I'm afraid that when we allow this to go, my brother, I'm telling you the truth. Another president comes there and the excesses remain. We will have no more country. The abuse of power will be like bad bottle. I'm telling you, your children you born in here and you wanted to go back to our country, they will go back to anarchy. They will not go back to our country. We must resist it.
Let's welcome Kehleboe Gongloe. Honorable Gongloe, how you doing there, sir?
Ahmed, mute yourself. You were hearing your mute yourself, Ahmed.
Is that
I'm sorry.
I'm doing great.
Excellent. Welcome. We got a gatekeeper here. She says you will pay $75 because you were about 3 hours late. So $25 for every hour.
How long you been on the show?
Yeah, we've been here since 5 o'clock.
I was here when you started and I went to take a walk. I met in fact, Ahmed is in a place. I don't know whether he's walking or not. He's on the phone through. I left him in the park.
We've been here 5 o'clock. It's almost 9. So you know.
Wait, you and Ahmed were together?
Yeah, he and I were together. I left him there. I left him. He's just on the phone. You're not exercising.
He exercising his jaw.
Man, exercise. You can regroup. The message.
I took my daughter to ride her bike, so I walk 10 times around the perimeter.
I went out for about an hour, 30 minutes, Gongloe. I was multitasking, talking and walking.
I'm not sure you.
Oh, so you're trying to say I'm gonna get an earpiece?
Yeah, that's what he said.
I come in. So you trying to say that it's going to be a fiasco protest? How the protest will be too?
I will report Gongloe to Jamaica. I will report Gongloe to Jamaica.
I come Gongloe. You say that I say what?
If the doctor asks you to exercise, he's not following the instruction.
I will report that man to Jamaica.
Listen, guys, I want to make comment on this quickly. I want to just crack some joke here. Look, I don't know why it said that anytime something that is good outside Liberia, when it comes to Liberia, it just get muddy. It just get watered down. Why? What is particular about that country? For example, the Arab Spring. People saw the Arab Spring and said, okay, we can copycat around Africa. Liberia, under a demonstration, people were demanding money.
Yeah.
Arab Spring led to fundamental changes.
Man.
What is fundamentally wrong with that country? We're talking about demonstration. People are saying political leader. We don't even know damn political leader involvement, because there should be a process led by the Gen Z population, because they are impacted by economic policy of government. They should rise, or it should be spontaneous. They don't need the endorsement of political parties. They don't need political leader involvement. They should lead this. The young people should lead this process. They should not even be doing formal letter to political parties. There are young people in CMC who know what it takes to get food on the table, what it takes to get kobo to eat. They know. They don't need to be told by honorability or Victor Nangbe. It should be by their own volition, their own recognition that things are not going in the right direction. We are going to go.
Can I interject for a second, though, Gongloe? So you keep using the word should. What should be done does not reflect the reality of what is being done. You talk, and I agree with when it comes to the bread and butter issues. Should, unfortunately, the very people who are impacted the most when it comes to bad governance, right, have continued for the past decades to have continued to elect the same bad performers. So you keep saying should. Yes, this protest should be led by the people who are struggling. And a lot of these people are Unity Party partisans too. It's not just a particular party. It's a whole people. But do you think that a young person who has this mindset of munya and all of this nonsense, do you think that because they're affiliated with the party, do you think that they're going to put themselves first and go and protest against their own party? It won't happen. It's not the reality.
Robert, this is my thesis. That's what I said. In theory, why the things that are so admirable in other countries, when it comes to Liberia, it's just get watered down? Why?
Because Liberia is unique.
I don't understand that. Unique in a very negative way, right?
Absolutely.
Right? Yes. What is wrong, Victor? What is wrong with our country? This process should be spontaneous. Okay? It should be. We don't need to even look. I've seen model crowd. I gave that to model. Model knows how to mobilize grassroots. That's why I give it to you. I think he has a fantastic skill in mobilizing grassroots. I give it to Model Mulu on that. With all whatever anybody can say about his defect or whatever, he has that skill. He can mesmerize the crowd to follow him. He can do it. But like Victor's strategy he's talking about, I agree. But they don't need to put this in the public, though. If they got strategy, how to counter tear gas, how to do this, it should not be known by certain people in this. It should not be known by many people, because different points, different people lead different crowd. And those people would know what should be done when there are tear gas coming, or when they are train bullets or raw bullets. They should know, because they will then direct the crowd what to do, right? I spent some time watching what is going on in Kenya and what happened before. They just observed the anniversary. They took one single issue. For example, I thought when the government increased the GST, the general tax, from I think 8% to 12%, it was definitely going to impact prices. That's why the general level prices are rising up now in Liberia because of that GST increase from 8% to 12%. That's a big jump. Okay, they could have even split it into two and say, okay, we'll do 2% here this year and 2% next year, to instead of having a big chunk to 12%. It's impacting prices, So people should take even now one issue, that you have this increase without prior notice. You need to even have like a year notice to the public or 6 month notice to the public to adjust themselves. You didn't do it. So we want the GST to come back to 8%. You can take down one issue and compel the government to bring down the tax that has been leveled on goods and services, right? That's a big issue. We don't need a laundry list of issues, just have one single issue. Should prepare young people who are impacted most by higher prices because they are jobless to get and compel government to change the policy. But they don't even see that, Robert.
So let me just say the quickly, Robert, if you don't mind, because he called my name. Let me say the Kehleboe. First of all, I don't expect them to spill the strategy in the street. If I am an organizer at CMC, I am supposed to know the strategy. Two, I listen to Ahmed here. The demands he's making, those are frivolous. They must pay $8 million back. They put still hundreds of millions. You're talking about $8 million. That's what they're organizing protests for.
That's a peanuts.
Do you understand me?
No.
This is just an attempt to put people out in the streets. I don't think they have any strategy for this protest.
Wow. Is that what you're saying?
And that's what bothers us. Molu just wants to come in the street. I don't see any strategy. Yeah, I mean, if you're going to demand be replaced by the government, that's what you're going to the street to protest for?
Guys, we got 12 more minutes here, so let's
Mr. Nambe,
I'm giving
Mr. Nambe, in all fairness, Mr. Nambe, I gave more than one reason, and you only take one. That's the same.
No, you said the rule of law. Already one of your spokespersons, even though you say you're not supposed to, he used to put that to remove all the speaker illegally. Exactly. He's part of the leaders of the protest.
So the goal is to tell people. Do you know that all 5,000 Liberians will also be protesting because they feel they were wrongfully dismissed from government? I'm saying to you, the issue for which people will protest on July 17th will be a combination of many different issues. Yes, Gongloe Render said sometimes it will be one, but over the past, since we announced the protest 2 months ago, there have been many different issues for which people are concerned in the country. I highlight that one because that has been one of the issues always spoken about by political leaders. I said, and I referenced Rabbi said, we heard the political leaders from this political party register the issue about the violation of the rule of law. We also heard them talking about the central bank paid $8 million to FRB to broadcast campaign sponsor, and they were angry against us. If nothing else will cause you to protest, there should be a reason why, at least, even if it means symbolic, you should stand up in solidarity. Because whether you did that or not, the ordinary people are determined to register that they are not happy with the way the country has been run. I'm saying it's not sufficient to give us calls in the night and tell us you're supporting the protest. I'm saying it's about time that you publicly endorse the protest. You publicly stand up just as other people will go. Because like them, you two have a stake. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
Listen,
I don't know how you defeat that conversation.
Robert, we got 10 minutes. Go ahead. No, go ahead, Robert. We are closing. Address that.
So in my closing, I would like to again reiterate a few things. One, when it comes to reconciliation, I think again, reconciliation is more than just an attempt to score political points. We've been talking about reconciling that country since bullets stopped flying. Unfortunately, we have not had a government that truly understands and have a sincere a plan, not a political plan, to once and for all address true reconciliation in Liberia. 200 and something innocent people lost their lives only because they were Liberians or because they were affiliated with a particular tribe. Today, the families of those folks have not gotten any form of justice. We have done nothing. I sat on this platform and I commended this government's attempt for the establishment of War on Economic Crimes Court. Are there any updates on that? I don't think nothing's going to come out of it, right? But today, see the president pandering to names, household names in the country, to the native folks of Grand Jide, to the Congo folks when it comes to the Torgbeans. This is not how you go about reconciliation. Meanwhile, there's been a lot of Liberians in the streets today. A lot of sons and daughters that were used as child soldiers have become Zogos today. They have resorted to taking drugs, right? For counseling. We have done absolutely nothing. So again, until I see a president and a government who understands what true reconciliation means and is willing to take the steps, I don't want to die and knowing that most of the folks who play integral roles in the suffering and destruction of our country were not only rewarded, but they didn't have that day in court. They died, and then after that death, government will give them state funerals. We can't do that. Lastly, I wish the protesters all of the best of luck. For me, I think this government has failed when it comes to the key issues. When it comes to the creation of jobs, I have not seen that. We have not seen investors in the country. When it comes to corruption, I don't think this president has made any kind of true, serious effort to fight corruption. I don't see that. When it comes to security, I mean, there's a lot of different issues. The bread and butter issues, I don't think they've moved the needle. So protest, the root of law, protest is important. My only issue with this protest is I don't think that they've been able to organize themselves in a way that will encourage people who have doubts. People are from different political parties. People who have doubts, they have not been able to encourage these people to put aside their political interests, put aside all of the differences to come on board with the protest, especially when you have key voices of the protest attacking those that are clearly needed on board with this protest. But like, hey, I wish them the best, and I'm hoping that on July 17th, there's a message sent to the government loud and clear. Do I think that will happen? I doubt that will be the case, but I wish them all the best. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll turn the show over to the chief. Tomalin, it's all yours from here on.
Quickly, let me say this, right? I was just on the phone with somebody in the government just now, and the person was telling me they were boasting and bragging. I think they were watching the show, and they were boasting and bragging that they will deliver before the next election. And I told the person, I said, look, Robert just said it. Robert just said it just now, and I think the person listening to Robert too. I want the stability of the electricity. I want the road to be connected. I want the country to be connected. But I said, if you guys bring the electricity stabilized and the road connected, but the Liberian people, if they cannot see jobs, their lives are not impacted economically. If the woman that are crying in our video, telling you say she's crying, she making no profit. The woman that's selling her kobo, telling you that since she been there all day, nobody not buy her food. The person that the other person that's saying, the man said, my children out of school, no school again, my children on the school, no school fees. I said, oh, that's the issue that will matter.
Absolutely.
The people will tell you, say, look, our people are different kind of people. They will tell you, your promise are jobs. You said that you'll bring jobs. You'll do this one. But we had time we had this one. But now we see it happening now. Anytime we had it one. And I will tell people, the Unity Party of Joseph Boga is different from Ellen Johnson's Unity Party. Ellen came to power at the time where she was the daughter of the West. She had all the national support. The good way was there. And then have state visit. The Secretary of State of America wanted to visit Ellen. The President of America wanted to visit Ellen. She had all that stuff. Boga is in power at the time where you have Trump in office here. And Trump don't get about. Think about Liberia. You saw what he did all day, right? The president of, I think the foreign minister of Rwanda and another country. Trump he wanted to build people price. He said, oh, you can make peace. We'll go for your minerals. Well, after we'll make peace, we'll do business with y'all. Liberia on the radar. I even heard somebody was joking. I don't know how true is it, but people can tell me how. Somebody said, our ambassador that we sent to America, he been for almost 6 months now until they confirm me or to pretend because in diplomacy, you must give your letter to the president. Nobody ever the president. Your letter of credence. And say he came, he hasn't had an opportunity to meet Trump yet. So they gain work permit. They say he might be working. They say he'll be working yet. But then he can meet Trump.
He's not a citizen though. He's a citizen. So.
The idea he working as ambassador until he can meet Trump. So they say, man. So they say, man, Jerry working.
That mean I'm citizen.
Let me finish. He's a green card holder.
No, I don't.
It's working. I don't think so. Working here with the people here. I'm not big up. Let me finish back. He working with the people until you can.
I'm a professor.
Until you can meet Trump. And Anthony meet Trump anytime because you put a red carpet for him to meet Trump. They go there.
But Tomalin, why you have to put that one there?
a lot of obedience and everything. So I don't know what I'm gonna happen. So right now, imagine now, so that long way to go. So all the things people doing, they're traveling, they put up when they travel to all the country, China, to Spain, all the places there, they come with an MOU. But guess what? If John Brown, if Omen in belong in jail, that Omen, if he didn't get his job he wanted, if they put the children not going to school, the market women not getting the money, the people not buying their goods, trust me, you have a problem in convincing the people 2029. And right now, my last message, right now, we know every day we're talking to the different people, right? But the reality right now, people looking at, if you got a party, focus on your party right now. 2025, 26, build your party. Build your party. And so you when it comes to bargaining, you have a leverage. You go to when you get to the table, you say, look, okay, you want to do business with us? Okay, won't be either the vice president or won't don't somebody if you want somebody to run in District 5, we disagree. Won't just support us there. That kind of discussion will be having at that moment. But you come to the table with leverage. Post forming party come with leverage. And our party I've been talking about is about to come to full bloom.
No, that's a black red party. It's not gonna. It's never gonna solve. We'll never solve it. We can take a $500 bet on it. It will never surface.
Okay, you will see the party. Now you know.
Guys, let me tell you. Let me tell you this. Let me react quickly to what the unknown UP's government official said to you. You know, I'm not a development practitioner or did I study development economics, but I read a lot. When I studied in school, economics was my manner. I will say this to you, that I'm not doing this thing. So I will say this to you. Some of the guys, you know, there's one thing you sit in front of your screen here, you put a policy together, it looks beautiful to you. But implementation can lead to a different thing. When you go test it out there in the field, on the consumer, their reaction can also give you food for thought. They may say, we'll build road, we'll do electricity. You're right to say if you don't deliver on job issue, the electricity, they will need money to buy the current. If you don't get a job, what will get? The government will not get free electricity, right? So, I say bring solar panel all over the place. I say, okay, yeah, okay. You know, I say it comes from the sun. You say, okay, we'll give it free. But that's not what they're going to do. See how we have struggled with electricity from 2006 up to this point, and we haven't got it right. So
you agree with the person? You agree with Elston Legend? We said. You agree with him?
Well, man, why are you cutting me? I'm talking my thing. I don't have time for that. So what I'm just trying to make the point you made to the person that if they don't address the bread and butter issue, they can build roads, they can have electricity.
They may want to acknowledge the legend, but I'm with the legend. Don't mind Kehleboe.
So I can say this to you. You know, you can even build a road, but the road could have other issues associated with it, right? Maybe you make the road good, you like certain control, certain things start happening in the community. Because, we thought the road was going to help us, but the road has brought problems. Road has other issues associated with it. Development got to manage development. That's why even here in the United States, those of us live here, go ask the people who live in the rural area. You don't even have public utility in many rural areas. There is a reason why they do that. Because the rural community, most of them have white people. They shield their community from immigrants. Because immigrants, if you got bus service, most of the time we come here, we don't have car, we got to be riding public, transport bus initially. So many rural areas don't have bus service. They don't have public utility because those are things that will open up the road, open up for immigrants to go. So there are many things associated with development that government has to be robust to control those things. Sometimes it can have negative consequences and people can hate you even for the very development. So I just hope the person who talking to you knows what he or she is talking about. But I already can guess who telling you that, because the person came from China recently. They didn't meet the vice president of China, the vice premier. They didn't meet the president. They messaged all business people. I mean, which was a slap in the face. I mean,
but Kehleboe,
yeah,
you're talking about coming from China. I read that the delegation with the Minister of Information, they had a near crash. I think they had to force lane the Ivory Coast. I don't know if you guys heard this. I read in one of the local papers. I think the Minister of Information didn't defloor the deputy director, so they were on that plane. And
unfortunate about that situation. I think they're trying to. I mean, turbulence is expected, but just a bad turbulence is going. Right? Sometimes you get some turbulence, it can be very terrible.
Right.
Because
there was a lot of crying. I heard there was a lot of crying on that plane. That's why I'm.
Yeah, it's a turbulence. That's all.
But even if they had a near crash,
Victor,
they had a near crash.
Let me tell you guys
why is it that the airline? Well, listen, go ahead, man. I don't even. Thank God nothing happened.
Let me tell you guys this. I will never forget this date. May 29, 2009. I never traveled back to the United States for one whole year. I was afraid to be on the plane. We got on the Kenya Airways. My friend Double Jala, myself, all the Liberians I know, I don't intend to call that name. The late Dr. Joy Jones. The late Dr. Joy Jones were on our flight. We were all in Ghana for training. We were there for a World Bank training, right? So the top technicians from around Africa, we went there to look at impact, development impact, assessment, how to do development impact on the community and the country. So at the end of the training, we were on Kenya Airways coming. May 29, 2009. Lord, as soon as we took off from Accra, before we could even leave Accra, we entered into a turbulence. Lord, we came almost down in Abidjan. But the pilot, I don't know what was wrong with them. The weather was bad. We were going like this. They were dropping 5 feet, going up 10 feet, coming down. China roller coaster. We were on it. Those young guys kept that plane. We came to RI. The wind was so bad. You know what we were learning? I was sitting on the window. We were learning over the unmanned tank that was parked on the side of the. We're not on the runway. We're learning outside in the grass. And I think the terminal control elected a pilot. Imagine, when you learn it, you already losing some gas, some fuel. You put a lot of fuel out, and you are reducing the pressure. To take off now, that guy had to take off. Look, we almost crashed. We had to come back. We're seeing houses and people. We have to come back to Abidjan. St. Jackson will not fly. Anytime anybody knows St. Jackson, I think, when we learn in Abidjan, St. Jackson went to the carpet door and start banking and say, put me down, not going no more to Liberia. That's how bad it was. No, Joel June, you knew how Joel June was big, right? He dropped on the floor, and the air hostesses, all of them, their eyes were red, they were crying. All the cabin open, all the carry-on bed, everything on people. Nobody could talk. Everybody just, that's how, it was so bad. It was so bad. For me, that's one moment I thought I was going to die.
Can I do my closing now?
No, you're not do
closing. At the other side of it. But Tony, you were saying something about
look, I agree with Elton Legend with
Doctor. It's not content being here, the green weapon made. But again, it will depend on, because listen,
you forgot a letter in Nigeria.
No, something. But on a serious note, right? This administration was they are already qualified to get the MCC $500 million. Okay, that would have gone. That money would have started coming maybe by next year, early 2028. It would have taken the government a long way. And imagine that money had come at that time, coming into election. They would have come with, not coming a lump sum, but they would have come with speed with them. They were carrying on the project and so forth. But I wish that money would come. The last thing now is that you see with Trump in office, it's not the right time to be in Liberia, because had it been a normal person in office by now, honestly, you would have had some high level U.S. delegation in Liberia already, or have some high delegation.
Let me say this though.
They're staying engaged. They are staying engaged.
Let me say this though.
Why you going to engage, man? I mean, what level?
Is not normal?
Come on, man.
Are you saying the president is not normal?
Man, come on, man. Man, one day.
No, what I'm gonna say, even the
your big beautiful bill for your big beautiful bill. Your pastor.
Man, on a serious note, I like this president. I like it actually thinking.
No, on a serious note, right?
The reason
Sylvester,
I'm not afraid of him. I'm not for him.
And to make his country great.
Oh, you talking about Donald Trump?
Yeah.
No, that bill.
I know you do it right for me, but let me say this. Let me say this. During the CDC,
he's weakening what has made this country stand out. He's weakening.
This guy, right?
The man bringing peace.
He's very accessible to the media.
The last media every day in Pakistan. You saw what the man did.
Listen, the strongest son of America does not lie in the hands of a man who is unhinged. Let me tell you something. No leader, not even the most conservative, would have authorized or the bombing of Iran. I mean, completely not necessary.
Do you want a rogue government like Iran to have nuclear weapons?
No. But you don't go about no. Without even. Are you serious?
Listen.
You don't do that.
I'm inclined to. I'm even inclined.
And then on top of that, you ended up hurting poor Israel, right? Look at what happened. Of course, you expected them to respond, but look at what happened. Do you think their lives could not have been saved? Trump is not pragmatic. You have to be pragmatic. You cannot lead by emotion. This president is the most dangerous United States leader ever, and the most dangerous leader of the free world. He's weakening the country. He's weakening the country, the essence of what makes America great and what makes this country strong. It's not
the essence of make any country to be, listen, you may not like his kind of a leadership, but these are the kind of leadership approaches that are doing a lot of things. Listen, you have to, do you want a lot of weaklings to come out and say they want to be president of the free world? No, you need someone that
how do you define someone who is strong? You think
and someone, oh, you saw what? India and Pakistan were on the brink of a nuclear war. Just one call to him. If you guys are fighting war, we'll not do business with you. They stop the next day. I'm coming. Just one call. I'm coming. We're not going to do business with you if you engage into the nonsense you engage in. Trump did that. Trump called. That way they see what's going to happen. Trump called Rwanda and the DR Congo here in Washington and said, you guys have to bring some peace. In that part of Africa, there's been a lot of killing in that Goma and other area, the Kivu region, the rest of that. He's trying to bring this up. And he's trying to push his country and say everything about the country to push things, bring things down. Right? He's been telling Jerome Powell to bring the interest rate down. Jerome Powell don't want to do it. So the big guy could not to be friends.
Listen, this is the same.
Gentlemen, allow me to kindly say to you all, Kehleboe.
You don't want the mineral.
Kehleboe, I will report you to Kum. But anyway, gentlemen, listen. I think I'm closing now. It was a wonderful show. I can announce to you all and to the Liberian people that the momentum for the protest on July 17th has taken over the country. Our people in Todi, I'm coming. Our people in Todi, our people in Yukuta, our people on Broad Street, our people in Magibi, our people in Grand Bassa, our people in Nimba are all very excited. The thing is a one chance opportunity that they come to tell the government how they want the country to be run. The protest will be an overwhelming success. My call on the show today is one that says you cannot eat your cake and have it. One that says to the political leader that for the past 1 year and some months, they have registered their displeasure in the way Brother is running the country. They have issued press releases. They have gone on different platforms on show. They have registered this concern. We have come to say they should stay with the people on July 17th. It's not sufficient that they make calls at night to provide support. We think they must openly endorse the protest. They must stay in solidarity. They must march so that together we can all convey to Boyka that he's the governor of the country and not the owner of the country. Having said that, I wish to address some speculation around that are about some other issues that have to do with my own role and position in the CDC about it. When I registered my testimony about expulsion, as you mentioned, it was not one of the party national executive committee. There are few people who are not party officials. They sit in the backyard because they have access. They go and have that kind of a conversation. I am not afraid. I can't look. No, I am an asset to CDC. It would take them a whole lot to even affect such a thing. But those people who will not openly support the party, who will not come up, that will go in corner and start talking about when some of us register are critical of our law. When people in CDC say I'm critical of the party and I hold executive position, so I shouldn't do so, you know what it says? It says that you are telling me because I'm a citizen of Liberia, I should not go on BBC to condemn the management of the country. That's exactly the logic. When I register critical issues that should prepare the party, EH Quest to become, I tell me EH Quest to become, to take over from the border government. When I register these things are happening. What you want me to do? To be blind to it? To support and be quiet? Then you're also saying because you're a citizen of Liberia, probably in Liberia, people stealing Liberia, when you go on CNN or BBC or Torgbean, you'll be destroying the country image. And you're also saying that the border government is saying once you're from CDC, you have no moral residue to identify aid to the government because you are one there. So you shouldn't talk. Those are the logic. And I don't subscribe to that. I believe that I can be as loyal to my party. At the same time, I can identify issues that must be fixed in the party. And will do so. For me to be able to identify that party is doing wrong, I must also identify that there are wrongs in my party that must be corrected because every political party is a government in waiting. If you cannot correct these things, if you cannot get yourself prepared sufficiently, then you're not ready. And so we oppose people who are not tolerant. You know what I'm saying? So that is our position. But finally today, I came on a closing argument to call on the consciousness of our people, including those of you who are on a closing argument, that every day we have to register this appointment in the border government to join us in protest, to join us in sending a message. It is not a protest that calls for regime change, but rather it is one that says to Boyka and the Union Party that you do not own Liberia. You must submit yourself to the laws of Liberia. You must do the right thing for which you are elected. So we call all Liberians, including you. Now, that protest testimony will be one of the most successful. You'll be surprised. We are not using Facebook and media. We are going to the grassroots, to our people. In fact, it is our people that organize daily protests in the community that are calling us. You should see the daily video right up from July 17th. And I pray by the grace of God, when I get a green light from my doctor on July 9, I shall be in Monrovia on July 15th to work hand in hand with the ordinary people. So that is my appeal. Thank you.
Safe flight.
Thank you so much.
But when you go, please meet Gregory Coleman, okay?
I will do what?
Meet Gregory Coleman and tell me how he greets you.
Thank you guys. I didn't want to leave while Sirigo was talking, but I'm done. I don't have anything to close. Thank you all very much for tonight. See you guys tomorrow. Thank you.
See you. Yeah, my son, I'm leaving.
All right.
Pewee, I want to hear you. You can't talk. You mute her.
Yeah, I want Pewee to close before I leave.
Pewee, you muted.
Yeah, I'm seeing I'm like CR5 vehicle
In a car. I'm in a car. You know, I've been training. I just I just want to complete the show before I enter the house one
Okay.
time.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
I mean, for me, I hope that these are all of the points everybody hit today. You guys can come together and build a united front. Because when those guys plan to protest against all the opposition came out. I saw Commies that day. I saw Boakai. All those people. I mean, I can remember that day, my friend and brother. And let me take this time, my friend and brother David Colette. Let me take this time to congratulate him. He graduated today from the Peking University in China. We drove together that day. He and I drove. I was driving. We drove in my car around to observe the protest from one point to the next, all through the city. And then we saw the way the guys were organized. You will see Yeke will come, Cummings will come with people, Boakai, all of them basically they united. So I would hope, Ahmed, if you guys want to do this for a cause on behalf of the Liberian people, on behalf of us, the people of Liberia, particularly those struggling Liberians. Because if you were to put up in the shoe, some of us had opportunity to now find ourselves in the middle class in terms of if I'm on the ground in the country anytime, at least we can afford to teach and find bread to eat. We can afford to get some opportunity somewhere and do that. We can afford to sleep somewhere that we consider will be okay. But a lot of the other folks that are still struggling, these are the people that you try to do this intervention on their behalf. So it should not be on the basis of self-aggrandizement, where someone want to rate their own approval rating or want to get popular from this stand politically, or want to use this to start doing some negotiation with the government behind the scene to get some check above. So I would support, honestly, in a very peaceful protest that will call the government attention to the people suffering. And that's the case. So if you want to do this, everyone will have to put their hand on deck and put strategy to bear and execute this very, very much successfully. Other than that, it's not going to be a good thing if you were to go and fail. And that reason is just on the basis of this group believe that they are so important, the other group not important. You have one group of people on the political side of things attacking other political leaders, and if you did that, I don't think you're going to have the needed desired results that are expected. So we all got to come in quickly. Dr. Hassan Conte, all of the processes led to his appointment as ambassador extraordinary and plenipotentiary to the United States of America by the president of Liberia. I think all of those conditions were met. The agreement was issued, the agreement was accepted. He went through the appointment was made. He went through the confirmation, and after going through the confirmation, he's here. The last phase of it is you arrive, you inform of the State Department that you're in town, and the State Department now will do one of two processes, but will arrange that you present your credential to the president. And is that ceremony aspect where he officially present his credential. I don't know if that had been done or if it was done secretly. We don't know yet. I will have to confirm. Somebody said something to that. I don't know. I can't outrightly say I'm not. Probably it was done. But I know if it was done, it would have been a big news. It would have been all around. I can remember when Patton did his, and Patton, it was all around the place, right? And when Patton came, it didn't take long when he gave credential to Trump. It didn't take to then President Trump. It was all on, and I can remember we did story on that, and immediately, but.
That Trump pardon gave it to Trump or you sure?
I'm not. I was assessing him for public diplomacy. I tell you.
Trump.
That Trump.
Trump 1.0. So Trump knew.
Patton gave his credential to Trump.
No, but right now, until that guy can get it to Trump, we cannot call him ambassador extraordinary plenipotentiary. Because that means he has the authority and the right to represent Liberia to sign any kind of document. Right now, he working on work permit. Right now, if I can say on work permit.
Then you come over there on work permit. But maybe you better first say, is that what it is? People got to do work permit, Benny?
If I can say, John getting work permit.
Now, yes, the fact that he came in and he received by the State Department or processing. The issue about he presenting his credentials to the president from the president of our country.
You must get a lot of credence.
That would be
a report of your predecessor. But he do it, yeah. So he working work permit.
No. So it don't. Unfortunately, it don't work that way. No, unfortunately, no.
He careful.
The
Work permit for that 3 years.
The preacher, they already recall him. Ambassador Jeff Donner been recalled.
Yeah, but
he left.
Yeah, give letter to the man. Say,
no, he left. Preacher left already. That's why you have. That's why I was gonna have. Yeah, we have the deputy chief of mission or the charge will take over. While then, when the ambassador is recalled, so he was recalled.
My friend actually, what he said, what they call him, journalist. I say yeah.
He also being recalled.
Yeah, but he was holding on the.
I don't know. He say either he be recalled to be reassigned to Germany, Berlin.
Yeah, but so they be
recalled to be reassigned to Germany, Berlin. I don't know.
Our man ain't working weapon mate. Will finish already.
Yeah, so we're gonna have Charles Allen and who coming? Who's coming? Somebody coming also. I don't know who's be coming, but who's gonna be somebody coming? Who coming as the deputy chief of mission? What is his name? But other year was the deputy chief of mission here, and he been recalled. So I mean, it's just the line, but I suspect that is scheduled. Some got a very tight schedule. Maybe like what's happening this time around, you don't have the transportation.
That was brutal.
Yeah, say I want to Saudi show up. What does Saudi music now? I say I want to Saudi man show up. What does Saudi music now?
You're a crazy guy. Yeah.
She and Kevin are
Every woman deserves somebody. Every woman deserves some lady. Yeah, this one is going out to the president of Liberia and all the members of the government. President Garguah, the vice president, the speaker of the language, President Yombly, Justin Yuo, all the opposition too. This one is Sarah too, Sarah Topo. Also, Junior, GW.
I hope you'll be studying August, the weekend of August 9.
August 9?
You attend the you attend the Basel High program?
Who program?
The Basel High School.
Who do I? What happened there?
Oh, they're having a program. Something up. Gimme will be one of the.
Guest speaker?
I think so. You're still going to Europe this month?
Who?
Yeah, do Europe? You're still going to Europe?
Yeah, it's July.
Yeah, I think next month because tomorrow is next month. All night long.
Yes, you're progressive.
Emotion.
La me parecía no orden en pares, no. Renato, honestly.
No, that one of the musicians in street I like is something that. Am I saying?
What music that? What music name, man? The one where the one that person we are made popular. What music name?
Oh, hey man, zombie.
When am I? No man, when he made popular, why he do that one? What am I?
Oh, okay, go down low.
No, not good. Go down low. He got go down. He stop it. He said go down.
Go down low. Oh, that got some low.
No, he said go down low.
Why?
What is that music, man? You tell me, man. Hey, man. You know what music, man? What music name, man? Hey, man. I love that music, hey, man. They can do that, eh?
Yeah, like low.
But it's a go down low. Music not go down low. What music name?
I come from here,
No, not about the win, man. Hey, man. The one they can do that, they do that, eh?
And I ate that buka.
Buka, right?
Yeah, buka.
What? Buka? Buka?
Yeah, buka.
Yeah, buka, yeah.
Buka. Low. I say buka low. Buka.
Yeah, me see. I see buka, man. I'm putting video to know.
And I hear.
Play, man. Play on too. Like, yeah. La puta, yeah. Oh, puis quoi, le bizarre? Oh, il peut pas.
Oh.
Okay. La musique. La musique, pas vu là. Yeah, Buka Ben. Facebook who have no right to this song, yeah? Facebook don't come right to this song. Let y'all know. You don't have Facebook don't come right to this song. We don't begin with those.
You see the plan talking about Lolo, you're laughing. Lolo, go Lolo.
No, you said go down low.
Yeah. Oh, but
Facebook have no right come back to this song. Facebook, let me let you know. Why the man say why black off for? We trying to put we come back to the song. I don't want to, man.
But I know my eyes never let me down. Baby, tell me you're my future, you're my life. And I know if the sun me more, this is love, my dear.
Facebook, what you don't have no cover to this song, Facebook. Judy Butcher, you got my eye. Yes, Facebook have no cover to this song. I don't know what the song will sound tomorrow, but I know my eyes never let me down. Tells me, oh yes, Judy Butcher. Oh yes. Because other man come on top and say somebody died. Say, you know nothing good, eh? You enjoy life here. You caught my eye, man. Yeah, that my guy, man. Hey, they get. Music will never die. Music will never die. They get music will never die. Will never die, man. That music will never die. Facebook have no cover to this song. Oh yes. Yeah, Brenda. Oh yes. Facebook have no cover to this song, okay? We're jumping our music. Yeah. Yeah, Brenda Fassi. La brun pochine est mon son. C'est le moment, c'est pour qui est le beige. La brun pochine, comment on a dit. This one, in la bro. This one, oh yeah, this one came up, man. Oh, in la bro. Yo, this one came out in the 90s, right? Come on, kids of the States. This one was still on.
Yeah, in the 90s.
Yeah.
In the 90s. The 90 years.
Yeah. I remember, yes, because one place on Instagram, what place is that? They play for that.
Yeah, it was an award-winning song, so the song was just all over the place. All over every African country winning.
Yeah, when our living Third Street, we to go to
it was.
We to go to Follet. The Follet is single there. I brought
it didn't take long before she just died like kind of mysterious.
Yeah.
And I'm fancy.
Yeah. She won that, bro. You know that, right?
Yeah.
That's for her.
She won that, bro. Lucky to be in there.
Yeah, lucky to be. I thought Pigeon City man will be dancing in music in America. Pigeon City man will be dancing in music. All of them. They go on about you and I around say. That boy here and I around, you know what. It's the who kid do it a lot. The who kid a bitch. Pewee, it really has something that.
It really there.
It really. Facebook we have no cover to these songs that are playing. Yeah, Facebook, we just playing the music.
I think it's about to rain. Maybe it will rain.
It's been raining for long.
No rain. Yeah.
Been raining as hell. Me and play. I was sponsored. When the year can say that I was sponsored. What is it? You play our song. Is it?
How do you call it song?
I come. When anywhere to play the song, I say, I just sponsor. I say,
the French song.
Yeah, is it? Oh, that sponsor. I got to do for the ball. Bring me. Yeah, I was born this. Yeah.
And also Red Majo, I don't know whatever.
Yeah.
When the book cracked, I saw the Liso.
Everybody, is it all I was doing? On goes and say you play your song. Ready? And let it bust song. Play it again. Oh yes, that was full song.
Yeah.
That you see Ben Sanvee people right there. Everybody. Oh yes.
My friend of me.
say they want me go, they want me go. I say, they want me go, they want me go. I say, some virgin.
That's what I'm telling you, please. You already want to say? Yeah, what you say? That's okay. Simple music, that block. You know, promo. Give me a song. Let me play for you now. You know, some promo. You know, promo. Where your favorite song? I play your song.
Georgie, I gotta run, man.
Okay.
Good night.
Yeah.
Well.
I just wanna know, Myean. I don't wanna check my balance. Myean, I just wanna know, Myean. I don't wanna check my balance. I want to my thing and I yes for CCP. He said, Taro, I said, just something. Put the 9 years in me. The rappies are wait for me. I only get the steam in it. The Memphis in the fire. I got goosebumps. Money, yeah, Lord. Really pump, 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 pump. I don't wanna yellow track. Really pump, 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 pump. See us there. Got some wet. See us there. We got person in la viva. In la viva. Person in la viva. I want one. Don't ask me. And I know say don't ask me. And I yes don't ask me. Myean, I just wanna know, Myean. I don't wanna check my balance. Myean, I just wanna know, Myean. Me go cheese and I won't go.
This brilliant device keeps your home cool in summer, even during heat waves and power outages. It's smaller than a lunchbox.
Person when no person, you know they keep person. If you want no person, you know go pass person. I'm not that sick. You want give me medicine. I got money, you. Thank you, baby. Oh, yeah. It's there. Yeah. I've made up my mind for you. No matter what.
Here's something I didn't even think about when we bought this house. Our garage. Picture this. We're finally moving into our new house.
Don't let me, I say don't let me. You gonna stay myself, that don't let me. I see money not part of me. Probably boy, you can't cheap let me. So now I'm so bounce by mistake. You know me, you know what I am. So now I'm so bounce by mistake. You know me, you know what I am. But what's the rich in the window? Oh, friends.
I'm at 10 o'clock. My last meeting was 10 o'clock. Guys, me man can speak battle. No. 10 o'clock, so.
I want everyone to join the party, just to have a good time. The more the merrier. Follow me now. It's already it's family. So I gotta have some fun. I'm something nice. Long time, we know it's nice. Now I feel it. So out of my words, it's me. Don't make me not go for nothing. Yeah, I've got someone on me. It's going to see. I'll be long time. So don't make me go for something. Oh no! Revival speech, you can't control your dancing feet, the energy high, the music speech. Oh my God, man, lose your feet. You see the beat, you see the beat. Anybody who see me brand new teeth.
Okay, good night, people. Go to Marriott. See you guys, man. Good night.